Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Finkel. I serve as the president and CEO of the International Economic Development Council. IEDC has some experience at assisting communities after we've had disasters across the United States. We started on a more serious basis in 2005 after Katrina, and a large number of you today in attendance to this event come from Louisiana. And we have worked in Louisiana on Katrina. I believe Lake Charles may have been hit by Rita. We also, after the oil spill, we brought teams into Louisiana. I personally went to Lafourche Parish after the oil spill. And what we've done and what we've done in other places is immediately after a disaster, we try to bring people together to say, what are the tools that may be available to us? Now, unfortunately, many of you in Louisiana may already know what are the tools because you've been here before. But one of the things we've discovered is oftentimes between disasters, there ends up being a shift of people. And there are always new people that need to know how do you go about putting one foot in front of another to deal with the economic recovery aspects after disaster. We are doing this in conjunction with a number of folks. I mean, we will have folks from Fema, EDA, HUD, SBA, but first and foremost, our partner in this today is Louisiana Economic Development. And to kick off our program today is my good friend, Don Pearson. Don and I were lamenting about our experience in economic development, and as I look at his bio, I started in economic development in 1981. He started in 1988. So we both have been around the block in terms of better practices in economic development. As those of you who know him in Louisiana, he is the secretary of the Department of Economic Development. As an IEDC board member, he is the only state economic development director we have on our board, and I call on him in that role on a regular basis. He's not new to Louisiana Economic Development. I believe he started there in 2005 after having a long career in local economic development. So with that, Don, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then when if we end before 2:30, you and I will do some questions and answers, and then we will welcome Michelle Chang from the Economic Development Administration. Turning it over to you, Don.
Thank you, Jeff, and all our partners on the call today, and acknowledging that it's not just a Louisiana-centric audience, but our important support partners, FEMA, EDA, SBA, IEDC, others are in the mix today as well, as we fashion some information that we hope is very helpful to those leaders in our communities that are seeking to recover. They may be a Chamber of Commerce executive, they may be involved in economic development, it may be an elected official. I know it's an all hands on deck moment for much of our impacted areas, particularly in Southeast Louisiana, but in this case, that's sort of a broad description of where the primary most recent damage has occurred. And one very, very challenging element to all of this is with our colleagues across the nation in the midst of the COVID pandemic, It's hard enough to manage a disaster without that other disaster being a key element. And unfortunately, not just the damages of Ida, but in Southwest Louisiana, we're still very significantly impacted from Laura. And then right behind Laura was Delta and Zeta. Just pretty unimaginable to have the string of challenging times that we are currently experiencing. And we'll come through this with strength and resilience. We've been fashioning that since Katrina and before, I'm sure, but we've really gotten very, very good at disaster management. And those are some of the thoughts, ideas, programs, and tools that we want to share today as we contemplate sort of past, present, and future, where we are, what has caused us to be here a bit, and the path forward. Here we are, 27 September, and it was only on the 29th of August, just less than a month ago, when these 150-mile-an-hour winds with gusts approaching 172 miles an hour drive 8-10 feet of storm surge, Louisiana. Many people say, well, is this similar to Katrina? And in some respects, perhaps. But Katrina was a failure of a levee system, was major flooding. We've had some flooding, and that's always very challenging. But this wind event was centric to the loss of transmission capacity, and basically the grid goes down. 8 major transmission lines that power the city of New Orleans and the region were torn apart by these high winds, by uprooted trees bringing down power lines, and just an extraordinary mess being left behind. With that, an army of 25,000 linemen from across America descended and began to sort this all out, put it back together. And today, largely all of that power has been restored. But here's this sort of cascading of events that occurs, and these are more lessons learned. But we essentially, with this power outage, knocked down pretty close to 2 million barrels of oil a day production that flows from offshore onto Louisiana shores through our refineries, and then not just remains in the state, but some of this drops into the Colonial Pipeline. You'll recall the one that's been hacked. And so supply disruption towards the East Coast with the lack of capacity going into that particular line. The backdrop continues in that as you need to do the important work of search, rescue, and then begin construction and restoration, obviously fuel needs to be present as well as power. And then to restart these refineries requires that you do it in a safe environment. And that safe environment requires that they have liquid nitrogen, so there's not a fire or an explosion. Well, the liquid nitrogen plant has been blacked out by the loss of power as well. So a lot of coordination, different this time, with a strong focus on getting power restored, and then America's dependence on our energy production becoming very evident, and getting the liquid nitrogen back online, those pipelines moving that important commodity to these refineries, the refineries getting back online, the truck rack systems that are necessary for these tankers to come up and pull fuel and then move out to distribution points. Again, in some localities, gas stations continue to be a problem. Either they don't have power or they don't have fuel. About 1/3 of them remain to get restarted out there. So just a very, very significant layered set of problems that we have going along with this particular disaster. I would want our colleagues to know throughout the state that there's just a full court press. The governor continues to host what we call United Command Group meetings. He stays briefed by all the different sectors of government. Certainly, LED plays a role, but it's not the lead role that the Office of Homeland Security has right now, and the National Guard with their troops deployed, moving debris and doing all the important activities through points of distribution that have been established so that there are food and water resources for people that didn't have that. That was another outcome of loss of power, and certainly it wipes out not just the things that you think about, but you don't think about the water and the wastewater capacity that's impacted. Because as soon as power goes out in a flat state like Louisiana, those pumping stations, lift stations that are out there that drive and support the wastewater treatment systems are important. If they're not powered, all of that goes away, and citizens are moving down the street and getting buckets of water out of fire hydrants to go back home and be able to flush their toilets and boil water and maintain life to the degree they can. Certainly at that same time, we began to establish the contact points for assistance, being able to get in touch with us and get blue roofs ordered. More than 50,000 blue roofs requested to go out for various structures around South Louisiana. Just again, to sort of give you a concept of the scale and the magnitude of the event that rolled through, and the importance from the energy perspective of Louisiana's important role to the nation. A number of barges break loose, both on the Mississippi River and in some of the southeast Louisiana's got an important system of tributaries that allow for ship construction and other important material movements. Those become filled with hazards and navigation stops. And for a short period of time, even the navigation on the Mississippi River was shut down, shutting down the entire nation's ability to move commodity in, out, manufactured goods, raw materials in and out of the nation, or to the global markets, or just from one state to another. So all of those things are a focal point for us with our interagency cooperation and all the ways that we continue to maintain strong working relationships to put the resources where they're needed up on the strategic level from the Louisiana economy level, and again, search and rescue, life support is job one. And then after that, all quality of life is really supported by people able to get their groceries, go to their job, make the wage, and go on with their lives. So we know from past experience that we will do those activities. Certainly, we're again very appreciative of this role that Fema plays to bring the important commodities to us. The administration has been very, very helpful in giving us the emergency declarations that we need to qualify for fund matching. But this leads us to, again, just a very dramatic need that we have in the state for some real strong help from the federal government with more than $2.6 billion of housing impacts that we have right now. And not everyone owns their home. Not everyone has an insurance company that they can work with to get their damages taken care of and get back underway. A lot of people that are renting, that landlord may choose to restore, may have the proceeds and the insurance policies to restore housing, or may not. So there's been a great deal of challenging times for people that are removed from where they've been in their residence as they try to come back around. CoreLogic is a very well-respected data analytics company. Their estimates of damages in our state range from 27 to $40 billion in losses. So it's going to be a while. We'll be back on our feet. We are back on our feet, but to repair, replace, and get things back in good order is going to take some time. 3,500 citizens are temporarily displaced and they're in shelters. There's over 31,000 hotel rooms and still a significant amount of people waiting for their power to be restored in some areas, maybe as many as 1 million, still looking for some relief there. But we're again quite resilient. We'll use the tools in our toolboxes to drive recovery. As many of you know, SBA is FEMA's banker during these types of disasters. And we've got a very robust list of all the programs that are available on our Louisiana website, opportunitylouisiana.com, that can connect you to those resources. I would also say a number of other things are at play. We hear, we understand from a lot of the small business community that not necessarily a loan is something they need. There's been a lot of loan programs associated with COVID, and certainly we're appreciative of the EDA funds, 1.5 billion that were put over to work at EDA as part of the CARES Act. And certainly we can talk a little bit more about the 3 billion that has now been allocated over to our partners at EDA. Those are going to be very, very helpful to us. LED was recipient some $3 million in funding to provide technical assistance to our businesses, and those efforts are underway right now. So in areas of Louisiana that there are people that need assistance, where there are physical locations for small business development centers, typically we will locate those near university campuses. Find the one near you. OpportunityLouisiana.com is a great pathway to get to them. But we are providing not just at those locations, but to chambers and regional economic development organizations, the proceeds of this $3 million that's being deployed across the state for technical assistance to small businesses, whether that's conversations with attorneys, with bankers, with insurance professionals. Those are the pathways that we're trying to deploy those resources down to boots on the ground assistance. I might add that it sounds great when you indicate you're going to get a $3 million grant from EDA, but I agree with their approach, which is to require an 80-20 match. So with that, there's $600,000 of state dollars that are going into that. And I agree with the approach because I think everybody that's going to exercise those federal funds should have skin in the game. That's going to make sure that the federal dollars are used as effectively and as efficiently as possible. So these are the tools that are posted on the there's of opportunity, and there's more on the horizon in terms. We are going to persevere through road construction, bridge construction, get roofs back on houses. But as the businesses grow, a lot of times it takes capital to do that. So we're pleased that the U.S. Treasury is going to be deploying state small business credit dollars. And there's a sort of an interesting portfolio that we can put together, not just around the standard care. That'll be important. So what we do, such as a loan guarantee program, we have a robust loan guarantee program and work with the Louisiana Bankers Association to deploy those dollars all across the state. But we'll have a new tranche of funding available to provide even more of those types of loans. But what we're here, and we'll get straight input, I believe, from Treasury soon, is to also be able to use those kind of funds to push the important elements of equity and diversity lending. And so some new microloan programs, some new loans for substitute of capital, various types of collateral that might be a requirement, things that can really help a company just sort of lift their own bootstraps and stand up. Certainly there's a role in there for some increased innovation funding things such as venture capital that can drive that innovation and take the opportunities that we have to build back better. And that's the name of President Biden's administration's program there being deployed through the EDA. And I love that name, Build Back Better. Certainly we, after the COVID exercise began, undertook a comprehensive view of all the areas of our economy that were being impacted. That document can be seen again at our website and link over to Resilient Louisiana. But we've been focused on resilience, and we see the Build Back Better program at EDA as being one of those that can help us do some investing around certain industry clusters that are going to allow us to build back better, stronger, more resilient, with greater equity and diversity inputs along the way. So pleased that from our perspective, the federal government has been great partners to us. I will add that we feel like we're great partners to the federal government, the way that we provide such necessary fuel, natural gas, the refined fuels, all the advanced chemicals that go into so many household products and just everything that we touch, whether it's our cars, our homes, the healthcare that's out there. It's all comes back to all the composites, all the plastics, all the paints, all the medicines that have these important advanced chemicals as the building blocks for those elements. Also appreciate that another part of the funding that's coming to us through the America Rescues Plan being the economic adjustment grants that are out there. We're working with a number of our colleagues around the state to advance those. Those are, again, great opportunities for us. And I know that today's call is about recovery, but hopefully what happens in recovery is a short duration construction and reestablishing those systems of power, water, sewer, and in a larger span of time. Those activities are going to be accomplished in short order. But what will go on is restoring the economy, a longer term event or a process that doesn't really have an end. We need to continue to advance it. That's what we do on a daily basis. But certainly from a perspective of taking this terrible incident and creating a new path forward to a more resilient economy that emerges as fades away is where we really want to be focused. So with that, I think I will yield the balance of the time. I know we're going to have a number of great presenters today. There may be some chat questions that people want to talk about, and because we're going to have follow-on from EDA and SBA and others, didn't want to get too far off into the weeds on some of these programs, but I'm happy to do that if that's helpful to the audience today.
So Don, let me ask you a couple questions. You know, the issue that oftentimes comes up is, are we going to rebuild the same as we were before, or do we take these disasters as an opportunity to create something new, look at places where there once were businesses, maybe they shouldn't be there based on flooding activity? Should we think about different types of businesses as we retool our local economies? If you're the state economic development director and you know, a number of the people that are participating here today, you know, they're asking themselves these various questions. What would be your thoughts about, you know, both of those issues?
Well, I'm a big subscriber to ISO 9000, which is continual improvement. Always be looking at your organization, at your business, at your anything that you're involved with that has inputs and anticipated outputs, and see how they can be enhanced. So post-Katrina and flooding areas, FEMA revised maps and took a new look at those kinds of things. They reestablished what base flood elevation should be if you're going to rebuild in a certain area so that you're not impacted in the same way again in the future. Certainly, everyone would follow the common sense rule. It doesn't make sense to be at a certain point in place, but there's other things that require that we're actually in certain locations, again, to drive some of the industry, to support the oil and gas industry, to be at a port, because that's how you get to the Gulf of Mexico and the international marketplaces beyond. So we want to be where it makes sense. We want to fortify and be more resilient. We would certainly hope. And I think this lesson was even noticed around Laura, as Laura came through Texas as well as Louisiana, and took down the same transmission lines. And I think it's going to be an expensive venture to harden some of the grid in the ways that it needs. But we're going to have to look at that. We're going to certainly have to continue to consider, maybe what the new and emerging threats are. Things like cybersecurity. We've already seen it shut down a pipeline, so it's not going away. And those kinds of elements, as we do hardened infrastructure, build back better, build back smarter, all of that should. As far as business development goes, to me, it's essentially a triangle. You want to keep your base strong. And so for agriculture and timber and oil and gas production, I think we continue to be in that. I know there's some that had concerns with the oil production industry is going away because we're going to have electric cars and we won't need gas anymore. And then that's just very far-fetched to me. Yes, there's going to be a movement towards zero carbon emissions, and electric vehicles are going to play an important role in that. And yes, there will be a reduced production of refined fuels. But again, going back to all of those chemicals that are the source of all the quality of life elements that we have, they're going to continue to be important. We're going to continue to need Louisiana's oil and gas production. And beyond that, to help to some degree a greener climate, our exporting of liquefied natural gas to global markets now is powering the world in a more carbon friendly way. And some companies are beginning to produce carbon footprint and using as sort of another new frontier we're on. But there's a lot of change that continues to be driven by technology. Technology, obviously a very big word, but if you want to drill down a little bit, the efficient development, cloud computing, big data, what all of those things are driving across a whole wide range of industries. So we are very much aligned with our 4- and 2-year institutions to push those kinds of trainings for the jobs of tomorrow in businesses that may not even exist today. Jeff, you and I have seen that statistic where young people today may have 4 or 5 different careers along the way. So that strong working relationship with 2- and 4-year universities, so that we're creating the right kind of certificates to accomplish things that are in demand in the marketplace. Space is emerging right now really as a whole new field of technology. And it doesn't necessarily mean that SpaceX or Blue Origin or one particular company will be dominant. But as you begin to see them build these constellations of satellites, ways that information can be gathered, there'll be lots of cutting edge opportunities out there. And that'll be for folks in the IT range or IT sector. Also, advanced manufacturing will play a role in a lot of different respects. So those skill sets and those kinds of platforms are ones that we want to continue to nurture into that triangle with a strong base of what you do traditionally, but get out there and be active in the forefronts in the way that you can, and the integration of new technologies, oftentimes represented well by the things that are being developed in the universities, or the teaching and training that can be coming from the universities. I like to say that if the technology train passes you by, it doesn't circle back and pick you up. These opportunities are ones that the leaders in our profession need to continue to advance. And we are in a global marketplace. We are in a global competition of sorts. And so it's incumbent upon us as leaders to continue to really push on those fronts.
Great. Don, Michelle Chang, Deputy Assistant Secretary from EDA, has joined us. And so we're going to turn to Michelle. Michelle, I don't know if you've met Secretary Pearson before, so I'm doing a virtual introduction of the two of you. Don has been working in Louisiana for a number of years. He's on the IEDC Board of Directors as well. So thanks, Don. And you're going to stay with us for the Q&A, I believe, and we're going to turn this over to Michelle. Let me, I've had the opportunity not to meet Michelle in person yet, but we've been on a couple of virtual sessions. I had the opportunity to introduce her the other day when we had one of these events for effectively New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York area that was also hit by Ida. Michelle has got some great experiences. For one, she's has worked for one of the most famous consulting firms, at least in the United States, if not the world. She was worked for McKinsey, and all of us who follow these things probably look at McKinsey and what they have to say in a whole variety of areas that they are real meaningful. They provide a lot of great guidance on a lot of issues. The second thing I would point out about the Deputy Assistant Secretary, she went to the University of Chicago. I have a staff member who went to the University of Chicago, and Zita has told me that the motto at the University of Chicago is "Where fun goes to die." And I think it's because it's one of the hardest schools in the United States, and to come out of the University of Chicago, you've got to be pretty darn smart and pretty well dedicated to what you do. And the third thing that I would share with everyone is during the Obama administration, she played important roles over at SBA. I believe she was Chief of Staff and Deputy Chief of Staff at the Small Business Administration. So, and she brings all of that background to EDA, and it kind of tells to me that when you have somebody of her caliber at EDA, that we've really got an organization at EDA that's getting a lot of attention by this administration. So I'm going to turn this over to the Deputy Assistant Secretary. Michelle, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for that lovely introduction and the nice tidbits from my past. And Don, very nice to meet you virtually. Look forward to hopefully meeting you soon in person. Yes, I will say the University of Chicago is quite rigorous, but I won't say that it wasn't fun at all. So we did have our fair share of fun there too. So I think it wasn't all just books and studying all day long. Thank you all for having me here today. I know you all are spending some time today talking about Louisiana and the impact, obviously, that the recent hurricanes have had in your region. And certainly that is something that's top of mind for all of us at EDA, particularly as we think about the economic development and the recovery efforts that need to happen while we are also still very much in the midst of recovering from the pandemic. And so I first want to just acknowledge the human economic toll that we know hurricanes have taken on Louisiana over the past decade. We know how much, particularly Hurricane Ida, has further compounded that toll on your communities. And we want to really make sure that EDA can be helpful to you and your communities as you are rebuilding. As many of you know, EDA has a long history of successfully supporting disaster recovery and resilience efforts. And EDA's role in disaster recovery is to facilitate the timely and effective delivery of federal economic development assistance to really support the long-term community economic recovery planning and project implementation, as well as redevelopment and resilience. We are at EDA uniquely positioned to coordinate that federal support for regional disaster recovery efforts in partnership with our extensive network of economic development districts, or EDDs, as well as our university centers and other stakeholders in designated impact areas. As I mentioned, we know that Hurricane Ida has really compounded the effects of past hurricanes, as well as the economic toll that COVID-19 has taken in Louisiana. And at EDA, we are positioned to provide resources for several stages of disaster recovery. First, at the early stages of post-disaster recovery, EDA's disaster recovery grants can help eligible organizations create economic recovery and resilience plans, sometimes with the assistance of EDA-funded disaster recovery coordinators. As recovery efforts progress, EDA funds can then be used to finance construction of new infrastructure or infrastructure repair, as well as enhancements to diversify economies and strengthen resilience to future disasters. Examples include business incubators, technology parks, research facilities, access roads, storm drainage, water treatment facilities, all of these things to help prevent business disruption and to help create and retain jobs in the impacted area. Economic resilience really depends on the ability of businesses and communities to adapt to changing conditions in order to withstand and quickly recover from disruptive events. And EDA funding can help communities develop a more robust, diversified, and resilient economy through planning, technical assistance, and core capacity building investments that help business, along with state, local, and tribal governments, prepare for and bounce back from disasters. As communities across Louisiana are rebuilding and diversifying their economies due to the effect of COVID-19, EDA has $3 billion in the American Rescue Plan funding that is set aside to support this type of recovery. Hopefully you all have taken some time to take a look at these programs that we have recently announced under the American Rescue Plan. There are 6 different notices of funding opportunities underneath those $3 billion. And as you'll find, hopefully there's something for everyone. There's a specific travel and tourism industry program. There are some statewide planning programs. There are also overall more regional incubator and industry cluster type of programs, as well as workforce development programs. So certainly encourage you to take a look at eda.gov/ARPA, that stands for American Rescue Plan Act, where you can find information on all 6 programs, as well as links to the notices of funding opportunities. I will note that the first deadline for the first Build Back Better Regional Challenge, Phase 1, is due on October 19th, which is coming up. So definitely want to call your attention to that. That is our largest program. It is a $1 billion challenge that we are looking to fund 20 to 30 regions between $25 to $75 million to help build regional industry clusters. Much of the funding that we are putting forward could be used to help support projects that Hurricane Ida has impacted. And so we certainly recommend that you take a look at these projects and submit your projects before March 2022, as we have to obligate all funds by September 2022. 2 of our programs, I mentioned the Build Back Better Challenge has a set deadline. Our other program, Good Jobs Challenge, has a set deadline of January 26th. The other programs have rolling deadlines, but like I mentioned, we do strongly encourage folks to submit applications before March of 2022. And with that, again, thank you for having me here today. We at EDA continue to be very focused and committed to helping particularly communities like Louisiana who have been impacted particularly by these disasters as well as the pandemic, and certainly encourage you to continue to have open dialogue with us. We want to continue to work closely with you all and partner with you. I'll turn this back to Jeff. Thank you so much.
Let's see. Thank you very much, Michelle. That was an awesome presentation. Did I just lose everybody? No, there you are. Frankie, are you with us at this point?
I am, and I'm happy to continue with the rest of the program in this segment, at least introducing our next guest to get us started. Thank you very much, Don, and thank you again very much, Michelle. After we hear from Mickey Valente, who's next, I'll talk very briefly about IDC's own tools, and then we will have a question and answer session. So do feel free to put questions that you have in the chat box. So let me tell you a little bit about Mickey. We're very lucky to have her. Mickey Valente is the president of Valente Strategic Advisors. It's an economic development consulting firm that works hands-on with communities that are recovering from major economic disruptions or taking proactive steps to build community resilience. And she has worked with communities of all sizes across the US and Canada, including Florida, California, and the US Virgin Islands. And disaster responses for Mickey have been not only to hurricanes, but have been to wildfires and other sorts of disruptive events. So she's very experienced, and we look forward to hearing from her. Mickey?
Thank you, Frankie. I had a PowerPoint, but I'm not sure if you all have it.
I think we're probably just queuing it up, Mickey.
Okay.
If you want to just
well, first off, Don, I really appreciated your remarks. I know when I first met you, it was shortly within weeks after Katrina hit Louisiana, and had the honor of coming in with some other representatives of Florida, because we had just gone through a bad storm season in 2004 ourselves, and we tried to lend what our lessons learned were and how some of these programs worked or didn't work. And we had a lot of good discussions with your local economic developers. So, and I know you guys have done a lot of work in the state, and I've had the opportunity to go back to Louisiana and actually work on some of those initiatives that you've had to bring the private sector more engaged, to reach out to local economic developers. So I suggest anyone on this call look to Louisiana for all the hard work they've done since Katrina to organize themselves and to have more impact in what they do and do it more effectively. So my remarks today are going to focus more on the local economic developers and workforce developers, because I assume that's many of you who are attending and listening to this webinar today are concerned about what you can do at the local level and how do you partner with the federal agencies, the state entities, the philanthropic organizations, kind of why that matters and what your role might be in all of that. So that is my focus today, is kind of where you sit as a local economic developer and what your roles might be, especially we're about a month out or so, and where you might be today in terms of recovery or response and how those two fit together. So we'll call it transitioning to recovery. That's sort of the title I was given, but after I thought about it, there really is not a demarcation line where you say we're going from response to recovery or we're going from preparedness to response. It's really a continuum, and I suspect our FEMA colleagues on the call today may even have a diagram that shows us that, how they've looked at the continuum of preparedness, response, recovery, and those longer term recovery and mitigation efforts to say, you know, these things happen overlapping. And that's part of the challenge, is that there's not a clear distinction. You don't get to stop one and start another. It really, as I think about it more, it really starts, any recovery efforts start with your preparedness, start with what you do every day in economic and workforce development, which is to try to prepare your community to grow stronger, to withstand the shocks and other events that may happen to your economy. And it's not, we know it's not just natural disasters. It can be a plant closing, a base closing. It can be all sorts of challenges. The BP oil spill, Don mentioned that one, which was not your typical disaster event, and didn't bring some of the typical resources that a federal declaration might bring. So that's something to think about too. Many of the events you may have disrupting your economy will not be the cavalry riding in from the federal agencies and others that may come to your assist in a major federal declaration event. So you need to even more take the responsibility and figure out who you need to be partnering with now and how you're going to lead that effort, coordinate that effort, convene those partners, play your role, your obvious role in the community. So how to preparedness and response activities affect the recovery. Obviously, any decision you make right today about land use, infrastructure planning, industry attraction, retention programs. Those all affect how you recover because it affects the kind of profile of your community and who's there and what their particular strengths and vulnerabilities might be. We hear a lot in economic development about asset mapping, but I would suggest when you do asset mapping, it's an important process for economic development and leadership in a community to go through. But think about the vulnerabilities at the same time. When you say this is an asset, what industry sector is it in? What supply chain issues that might it have? How dependent is it on water and some other natural resources that may have to come to bear to make that industry work in your community? So think about those things as part of your kind of recovery planning, recovery preparedness plan. You lay in the groundwork with immediate resources. Some of those immediate resources Don mentioned, but they obviously would include your unemployment that comes to bear, comes through the state and assist the dislocated workers. It might include some loan program that the state has, or you can develop a grant program at the local level. We've seen a lot of this in New York and Texas and Louisiana and other places that have had a number of events where the private sector comes in and actually develops a grant program, because the idea is to get immediate cash into the hands of those small businesses, particularly that have been affected. So it might look like that. What are the immediate resources that the federal government brings, and understanding what FEMA's programs actually are, because they don't have direct programs for business, but they do have public assistance, which affects your public works department, your public infrastructure projects. It obviously affects everything that runs in your economy. And all those pieces can help you build that foundation for recovery. So really thinking about now who is going to be on your team and what expertise, financing, or other resources do they bring to the table. So if you don't have a economic recovery team, some people call it business recovery team, whatever you call it, or whatever you'd like to call it, doesn't really matter. The idea is to get the right partners who can bring you the resources and help you understand how this all ties together. Next slide, please. So the three kind of simple ways to look at this is you need to assess the impacts, especially where you're at today in terms of the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. Assess the impacts, which sounds simple, but it's far from simple. And any of you who are undergoing that right now know that, particularly for business, because there is no federal agency per se that is tasked with assessing business impact. It really starts at the local level. You know the businesses that are there, you know the industries, and you know how they interact and what their relationship is to one another and their dependency is on one another. So you are the best probably leader of the assessment process, but you do need to know there's resources that are available. So for instance, if SBA has a loan program going in your community or your region or your state, they're not only looking at applications for small businesses to assist them, but they're tracking how many of those businesses actually applied, how many took the loan or decided at some point they were not going to take the loan even if they were eligible. And that's an indicator sometimes of maybe they found resources somewhere else, insurance or friends or family to assist them. Some of them are ineligible, and sometimes that comes when it's a cash business. And one of the areas we've seen this in fairly commonly is fishing industry, which works a lot on a cash basis. Well, if you work on a cash basis, it's hard to document and prove your losses after an event. So working with some of those types of businesses and industries now, helping them create that documentation you know they're going to need if something occurs in your community is vital. And I know the folks in Louisiana know this and are very familiar with this issue. Document anything and everything that you can, in part because you'll probably hear from FEMA about how they work and cost share works and what counts toward cost share. So if you're documenting all the volunteers that come to assist your community that you are coordinating with, documenting what resources are brought to bear by the private sector, or maybe what could be a match to some federal funding that your community is looking for. Documentation is just essential in what you do every day, but certainly essential in disaster recovery. And then it helps you, that assessment and documentation helps you anticipate what may be down the road. So if you're looking at the impact to small businesses and the workforce, you may anticipate that this workforce, this particular section of the workforce is not going to be able to go back quickly because the industry they were dependent on was dependent on one company that's going to be out for a while, for instance, or it's dependent on the fisheries, which after the BP oil spill just were not going to be in commission for a while. So it helps you anticipate what are going to be some of the longer term impacts. What can we address quickly and intermittently, medium term, and longer term. The capacity, your organizational capacity, and Don mentioned the technical assistance piece, which I think sometimes when we think about federal resources and even state resources or philanthropic resources, we only think of the funding. A lot of what they can bring to the table too is technical assistance, and Don mentioned that, that the state has developed more technical assistance under the state umbrella as far, and in addition to the federal agencies. And you've seen this across the country as we've had so many events over the last 10 years and more, just to look at what technical assistance they can provide. But organizationally, I've rarely seen a case where a local organization, whether it be an economic development, a small chamber, an industry association, has all the organizational capacity they need to do the work that we want them to do and that they want to do after an event. So I would say it's just looking now about what would we need on that economic recovery team, and what do we need as an organization. So one of those organizational gaps, if you will, that comes up quite often is grant writers. We need grant writers because how can we apply for all this funding that's coming down, and then these organizations are asking to assist us, but they need some way of you applying for that funding, right? So either grant writing, and if you get the funding, grant management. It's a huge issue, particularly in rural communities, but truly in most communities I've ever been in, is that grant writing, grant management. And so identifying now who in your community does that, looking to the academic institutions, the philanthropic organizations, and just having that conversation now about how grant writers, grant managers, is there a class that our staff can take on this? Just asking for their assistance and how to do this. And then understanding the federal, state, local, and private resources. You're never going to know all the ins and outs of all of them. And luckily today we have a number of our federal partners, and we have Don on to talk about what some of those resources are and how they work. But you can become familiar with them. You can ask questions. There's been a lot of good documentation by FEMA and other agencies, EDA, since Katrina, to look at laying it out simply for you. What are these programs? How do they work? Who's eligible, who's not eligible. So you at least know the basics before you get started. I know Don can appreciate that, because part of what we talked about when we went and visited with them from Florida after Katrina was that very factor. Okay, we've heard of all these programs, but how do they actually work? How do we make sure that the right people are applying for the right resources? Next slide, please. So the reality check is it's human nature, and certainly in the role as economic developers, workforce developers, chamber members, you want to get into action and you want to lead. You're a convener, you're a marketer, you coordinate a lot of activities in your community. So you want to do that when there's an event as well, naturally. But you have to be honest with yourself and say, what are you best suited to do and what can others do? And then who can? And you may not have an answer for who can do it. And so that's where it goes back to having that team, having identified those people in advance, having them in the conversation and asking them, okay, what are you able to do? What is your true capacity to do it? Where do you feel comfortable working in the recovery effort? And actually knowing who to call for what when the time comes. And then your capital. We hear a lot about financial, which is a huge issue, particularly with smaller businesses, tourism businesses, some sectors that tend to be retailers who tend to be smaller businesses in many communities. But there's also political capital and social capital. And in building that capital today, now, knowing and educating those partners on what's going to be the situation or what your role is going to be and where you think the challenge is based on your experience in talking to your colleagues and attending events like this, helping them anticipate what their role might be and how, more importantly, how you all can work together and you're working for the same cause. Next slide, please. And engaging traditional and non-traditional partners. So traditional partners obviously would be if you're a county economic development department would be other county agencies. It'd be your state counterparts like Don and others who work in state economic development and workforce development. But some of the non-traditional partners might be some of those small business organizations, industry associations, professional associations, minority chambers, association of continuity planners who work for large businesses and do this kind of planning on a daily basis. They can really be a huge help in terms of helping you reach out to those industry sectors that maybe you don't know that well and helping them understand how they can better plan and be prepared. The small business development centers, I think Don mentioned those as well. They're a huge partner in recovery, but they should be a partner with you throughout the time that you're doing economic development. And I've seen through COVID, many local economic developers say, one thing that's been positive about COVID is that we've built some relationships we didn't have in the past. We're now talking more regularly with SBDCs and talking to our tourism partners and understanding how this all works in our arts and cultural events, venues and such. So we understand how we all play a role and how they play a role in economic recovery and economic development. And we're going to partner with them going forward on projects. It's not going to be just for COVID response and recovery. So convening that broad, inclusive community can only be more powerful the more you build that community. And it's fine to rely on those reliable partners. And many times you won't have interaction every day with the tourism board, but there may be areas when you're talking about land use planning and such that you need to be partnering with some of those partners who you would normally not deal with on an economic development project, but who could be quite important to your planning on a broader scale in the community, and certainly important on recovery efforts. So consider your existing strategies and potential priorities. So one of the things that the federal agencies are going to ask for, but you should already be ready to share with them, is what strategies did you already have in place? Did you have a comprehensive economic development strategy? Did you have a local economic development strategy, a workforce plan, a workforce strategy, maybe even a recovery strategy that you started putting together because you were planning well for the future? Maybe that assets and vulnerabilities assessment that you did of your industry sectors. Anything you had that you can look back on after an event and say, okay, this still makes sense, or maybe we can accelerate this project. If we were going to expand the airport, it might even make more sense today to use some of that funding to do that, to integrate mitigation and what we were doing in the past. So thinking about those strategies, take a look at them today, whether you've had an event in your community recently or not. Always go back and look at those and think about if someone walked in my office today and said, we want to help you, where should we start? Where are the priorities? You would have an answer for them. Next slide, please. So build back stronger, build back better. We've heard a lot about this, and they're not just buzzwords. They're really what we're looking to do whenever we build back. It could be from one plant closing, or it could be from a major hurricane event such as you all are seeing in Louisiana. But some of the things that you're going to want to look to do is integrate mitigation. California wildfires, we've been getting asked that question a lot from local communities. How do we integrate mitigation into our recovery projects, particularly into our public works projects and to our business development and recovery projects? I would, kind of offer that probably some of the agencies who are speaking after me can address that more specifically, but there are ways to do that. USDA, for instance, rural communities are talking more and more about how you can integrate mitigation and how you can build back better and stronger, such as expanding broadband as part of the recovery effort. Opportunities to leverage your resources. So if you've got COVID, and I think we heard a conversation just a few minutes ago about some of the COVID funding from EDA, if you know you've got funding coming in from COVID and you've got some recovery funding coming in from other agencies because of this hurricane event, how can you serve some dual purposes there? Is there any way to leverage that so you can get more bang for your buck? Oftentimes we talk about this under the National Disaster Recovery Framework under the federal program, and I think the state of Louisiana, Don can correct me if I'm wrong there, but has developed sort of a system like that with recovery teams that focus on economic recovery and housing and health and social services. But a lot of us who work in that world, what we're always trying to do with those teams is say, how do we have cross-sector issues? How can we work with each other? And how can we use this funding or this technical assistance to better leverage what the community can do with that and make those dollars stretch further? consider climate change and sea level rise. I think about that a lot, as you all do in Louisiana, because I live in Florida. But anything you can do to incorporate those concepts and how this would also have an impact on programs you may be working on around climate change or around sea level rise or other environmental hazards or threats that you may have in your communities. Natural resources, and how do you, in California, obviously trying to think about how they can manage better, wildfire situation and the drought situation they're in. How do they tackle that? So I would suggest, and I would ask the federal agencies who are speaking after me, how they're looking for that in the proposals that they're getting, the projects that they're being asked to consider is how communities not only are integrating from an inclusiveness standpoint in the community, but also integrating mitigation, climate change and sea level rise, and thinking about 5, 10, 50, 100 years from now, how what you're doing today to maybe what you think is a recovery project, but how it's going to affect your growth and what you are be able to do and what industries you'll be able to attract in the future in your communities. So I think we'll turn it over now to our federal partners, I believe, Frankie, after we have a Q&A, correct?
Yeah, the federal partners are going to be in the next segment, and we're really looking forward to that. I will actually talk a little bit about IDC's own services. As Jeff mentioned, we have a rich history in working in disaster recovery, thanks largely to Jeff. In 2005, when we did start work in New Orleans in response to Hurricane Katrina, and IDC sent some volunteers down there. And I think he chronicled the history of how we have been active since. So I have a couple slides to share just to give you a little bit of an overview. We have done a number of assignments in this area, and actually over 300 deployments of assignments, and that would probably constitute at least double that number of volunteers that have taken part in our recovery and resiliency programs. Next slide. That this is about IDC, and I think many of you who are in the audience know that we're the world's largest association for economic development professionals, and we're now almost 100 years old. And we do have 5,000 members and a network of 30,000 plus, based in Washington, D.C., and the mission being to help people involved in economic development do their jobs more effectively. Next slide. And we have grants from EDA, and I'll go over those a little bit more later. And as I mentioned, one of the mechanisms through which we provide assistance is deploying volunteers and panels. Next, and we develop courses and workshops, and we have an online resource center at Restorereconomy.org. Next slide. So let me kind of go over those in turn. This is a map of the places in which we have had assignments around the US. There are quite a few in the Southeast under that banner, which would include Louisiana, several there. And up in the Northeast with responses, for example, to Hurricane Sandy. We did respond to wildfires as well in California. Currently, we do have a grant that's in the EDA Austin region, so that it does include parts of Louisiana. Next slide. And we consult on a number of topics that are related to recovery and resilience. And I would say of those that you are looking at, when we're on the ground, it's more medium term, long term. It's not in that immediate period when Fema is there. And we have a lot of demand for BRE projects, doing needs assessments. We also probably have the most demand for strategic planning assignments. Next slide. But there's a lot of niche, I should say, assignments too. And the way that the program is constructed is we have hundreds of volunteers that serve as a pool that are willing to go on site to communities and work on particular topics where they have expertise. So as you see in front of you, that might be that needs assessment in Florida. It could be building capacity to assist businesses in Hawaii. That was, I think, some workshops we did virtually on anything from BRE to e-commerce. We did a rural business incubator in the central northern Mariana Islands revolving loan technical assistance. Gap financing is something we're often called to work on. A tourism master plan, because so much of our work is in Florida and the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, in Louisiana. I mean, tourism is certainly a component of economies across the country, but is certainly in those regions. And then we work in resilience. So, you know, you might be a couple years out, say for the example of Harvey, and yet we're working to build capacity in underserved neighborhoods around Houston. Next slide. These are some volunteers, and in the middle, they're in the Central Northern Mariana Islands. In the upper right, they're on a plane going to aid in Hurricane Florence. Down in the lower right, it's a workshop on opportunity zones and marketing for opportunity zones for your community. Next slide. We do also offer webinars, such as this one. And it says 1 to 2 hours. This one's longer, and multi-day trainings on a wide variety of topics. And we've been on the ground doing, you know, basic 101 and resiliency workshops, which could be, again, a day or 2 days or half day. And they might be focused on topics as are listed below. Those are some virtual ones, I think. Next slide. So these are some of the areas where we are with EDA. Take a quick look. You can see that we're kind of in the Pacific, in the Southeast, in the Midwest, where the floods and tornadoes, and we have recently wrapped up some work in Florida and North Carolina as well. Next slide. This is Restorereconomy.org, and this is a repository of our resources, and it was funded by the EDA initially and is receiving support now. And that's where you will find the recordings, for example, of this webinar and other tools at the federal, state, and local level. We assembled a large number of tools and resources, as well as sample surveys and templates during COVID. So we respond to the different kinds of disasters with content. Next slide. And then in terms of other projects, we are doing a research project for headquarters, which will also include an update to leadership in times of crisis. Some of you may know that toolkit handbook, which is digital, but also a nice thick handbook, and we will have an update. Training, we have a training course right now for Fema, and IEDC is doing that jointly with ICMA. The next one is October 28th. And then we work for state and local governments on EDOs on various projects upon request. Next slide, I think I'm just about done. And that means we get to go to Q&A. So I don't see too much from the chat panel. So I will try to start us off. And I'll start us off kind of at the community level. I think we heard about the micro level. We heard about businesses. We heard about communities. We heard about the state from Don. I guess I'm curious about what distinguishes the experience of one community or one parish from another. What are the most common mistakes that you see a community make in terms of economic recovery?
Is that one for me? I guess
It's
so.
It's for either of you, yeah.
Mickey and her team, what a great partnership we had. They came in again as we experienced Katrina and didn't have a deep bench in recovery, and we reached out both to South Florida, where they had experienced extensive hurricane damage, and to New York City in the post 9/11. To learn the ropes on how to navigate. So when we come back to the experiences at the parish level, certainly they're going to range. It may be based on what types of resources that they have available and the kind of activity, whether they've been loss of power, wind damage, or those kinds of things. I think critical to success is just to understand that you can't manage it by yourself, either as a township, as a parish, or as a state. you need to identify and aggregate all the resources that are available to you, and then successfully communicate to impacted communities how that they can engage with those and get things moving forward. It may be as simple as working with the National Guard to put a distribution point. They call them a pod. That sounds like something you sleep in or something, but actually it's a point of distribution where trucks can bring in water, meals ready to eat, the MREs, or whatever might be necessary in the particular circumstance that they're in. So I think number one is understanding that don't try to go it alone approach. Utilize as much of the resources that you can muster around to do the immediate elements. These have phases, you know, it's first search and rescue right after, and identifying things that still are threatening and dangerous, down power lines, for example, and then and contaminated water systems, those kinds of things. And then it moves into the recovery and the rebuild. And that's, again, a place where you got to aggregate your resources and put those together. Now, we have seen some of the parishes, some of the impacted areas that have gone on to establish hardened emergency operations centers. And that's a good thing. You heard some of the planning earlier. We were talking about planning. When we have this kind of event, where are places that we can evacuate to? And so maybe a place farther north, a city, and have a contract for their civic auditorium or a large church facility. What are places that, if necessary, you could evacuate to? So it's that prior planning that can really be impactful as to whether a parish does well or does not do well in the event of an activity like this. So I think it should be in everybody's wheelhouse today to have those emergency planning exercises done. Even the governor has worked closely with the cabinet and resources at the state level to do wargaming, so to speak, of even having Hurricane Ida and another hurricane close behind it during COVID. What you know, and do a tabletop exercise of how things would operate and how they would position resources, et cetera. So it's important at all levels, proper planning.
So if I can jump in here, Frankie, and then Mickey will, I'm sure, add more to this, but I think in 2005, when IEDC started to get more involved in this, it was not necessarily the norm where economic developers were in the emergency operation centers, and that they had been an integral part of the disaster planning ahead of time. I think we're getting to the point where we are no longer not engaged. I think we are seeing that as these local plans get developed, that the emergency or the emergency management directors are starting to see that when they do relight the city, that, you know, health and safety clearly comes first, but second, preservations of economic activity are now starting to become more important than maybe they were at one point. Mickey, I'd actually like to hear what you think. Have we made improvements there?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I know a lot of those improvements have been made in Louisiana and other states that tend to get the repetitive events, if you will, obviously. Couple things. One, I think, and I don't know if it's a mistake, but it's like I said, it's human nature. Local partners want to jump in there and they see a gap and they want to fill it. Sometimes they're not the right partner to fill that gap. Sometimes they need to say, okay, who is the right partner? How can I get them engaged? And I mean, there's examples all over the place on this, but examples of who should run the hotline for businesses. You could turn it over to a 211 system and they're going to refer them out to other organizations. But wouldn't you rather have someone who understands the business community running that hotline? In Volusia County and some other places, I've seen workforce boards jump in and do that, chambers jump in and do it. It's whoever's best equipped at that time to handle a situation like that. What you were referring to, Jeff, and I think Don mentioned this as well, there's been a lot of traction made in emergency management relationships, because I think part of what, a lot of what emergency managers don't understand is they don't understand the dynamics and how the economic engine runs. And there's economic drivers, and there's independent businesses, and then there's support services, and there's different layers, and not all play the same roles in your local economy. And I think of the example in Houston after Ike, where the medical center was threatened in Galveston and might shut down. And emergency managers have the right intention. So they see the small businesses suffering and they want to get them reopened, right? But the question was, you reopen every small business there and the medical center shuts down, who's going to come visit those businesses? Are you really doing them a favor or rushing to open them? This is not the way the hospital is the economic driver, and they need to understand that. I know after we had our 8 storms in 2 years, in 2004 and 5 in Florida, which is how I got into this world because I worked for state economic development then. I realized there was a lot going on in emergency management we didn't know about and we didn't understand, and vice versa. They didn't understand what we were doing, setting up business recovery centers and all. So I actually went to Craig Fugate, who was our director for emergency management at the time after the events. And I said, Craig, we got to be integrated. It took about 1.5 years to convince everyone in emergency management that needed to happen. But we got to see, we have a team now at the state. And so because the state did it, a lot of counties now have done it. And I think the same has happened in Louisiana, because in emergency management, in economic development, if the locals aren't working with the state, it's not going to work. And it works the same in emergency management. So I think there's lots of examples out there. If a community is interested in how it was done, whether at the local or state level, that they can go to now. And I think Fema even has some of those partnerships on their website to go to.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask a question about equity, because a lot of folks are talking about it. EDA is prioritizing it, and we know it's important. To what extent are there programs and intentionality to help businesses on the one hand that may not have capacity and are having difficulties get capital and or meeting underwriting criteria and need business continuity plans, and EDOs that may have very limited personnel and limited ability to write grants, as Mickey was saying? To what extent is there perhaps enhanced attention being paid to increasing capacity in the interest of equity on the part of the state, and or do you point them to other philanthropic private sector sources? We know the federal government has been promoting a lot of this as well.
And I'll take a cut at that topic, and it's a critically important one, and you're seeing it as being advanced as a priority of the administration. We're pleased with that. One thing at the Louisiana website, opportunitylouisiana.com, you will see the results of our Resilient Louisiana Commission, which undertook a comprehensive study of 15 areas of our economy, and then tried to aggregate solutions, suggestions, ways that we could build a more resilient Louisiana. And there's a number of great conclusions in there, but there's a specific focus around diversity and the development of those capacities. And certainly, a long march starts with the first few steps in the right directions. We've got some programs, some very good ones. We have the Hudson Initiative that seeks to identify and catalog some of our disadvantaged businesses. We've taken that at the state level, particularly under the governor's leadership, into pushing state agencies to take a stronger look at giving the opportunities to disadvantaged businesses and tracking the metrics of that. And we've seen some rather extraordinary progress that we've been making in driving business into that sector, and doing it in a way that's beneficial to everyone. The state's going to spend a certain amount of money in its budget, and make a conscientious effort to do that with building these companies makes a lot of sense. You heard me touch on earlier in the Treasury funding that's going to come, the state small business development initiatives, and I use the word micro lending, and I also talked about perhaps a program that makes loans to companies that don't have the collateral to provide, but otherwise have the underpinnings of what it takes to be successful. And so establishing a fund that can be collateral for these businesses. All of these things aggregated into sort of a quilt of opportunities, but was some intentional focus on being helpful to veteran-owned, minority-owned, women-owned business is a strong initiative that we've undertaken and made some progress in, but it's one that you won't ever finish the job. You'll need to continue to maintain this as an intentional focus along the way.
Knowing a little bit about Louisiana, not as much as Mickey or Don, but in the work that we've done there in the past, I think the two particular disasters that I've been engaged in, Katrina and then the oil spill, what we found, and Mickey can either say she finds this everywhere or not, is that disasters exacerbate communities of color's financial issues. In Katrina, the areas that were as poorly impacted or significantly impacted as any were neighborhoods of color. So those businesses got hit and ravaged significantly hard. And they were probably in some cases already teetering, and the disaster just pushed them out of business. When, at least in the areas that I was dealing with after the oil spill, we were dealing with the Vietnamese shrimping industry, and they were significantly impacted as well. They couldn't even apply for some of the programs because their books were not in the condition of a more stable business might be. They were pretty much all cash. They were hand to mouth almost in some cases. And as a result, many of the programs that we have out there don't work well for some of these marginal businesses. Mickey, I'd be interested in hearing your views on this.
You're absolutely right, Jeff. You see that all the time. There's certain industry sectors that deal in the cash business. A lot of, any kind of even contractors who work on homes and such, many of them deal in a cash business and don't quite understand, and obviously are concerned when they're told you just don't have the documentation to be able to apply for these programs. I know some philanthropic organizations have tried to step up. One of the things I've seen is FDIC, Federal Reserve, and OCC. They've always worked with communities a lot on their housing challenges, and particularly today, there's rarely you find a community that doesn't have a housing challenge at this point. But they've really stepped up in the last few years when disasters have happened to come into communities to talk about some of these challenges, who can help them, how the banking system can play a bigger role. So I know there's other entities that aren't our federal agencies or agencies per se in the way we normally think of them that can play a role, especially because of the way they work with the philanthropic community on a regular basis, and kind of bringing some of those resources to bear to have a different conversation. I know after Hurricane Michael and some other hurricanes recently, they've come in and had not only just panels and discussions and before COVID, it was actual in-person meetings with the housing industry and those who provide housing, but they would include economic development, workforce development, and such, because you affect someone's housing, you're affecting their ability to work, their ability to run a business. So some of these more cross-sector discussions, I think, need to happen for us to understand the social and economic vulnerabilities of some of these communities.
Thank you very much, Mickey, Jeff, and Secretary Pearson for this forum today. I really appreciate your time. I know everybody appreciates the time that you lent us this afternoon. If you would like, and certainly if our audience would like, we do have more of this event after a 5-minute break. we are going to be hearing more about federal resources, and that's going to start off with the EDA's Regional Director for the Austin region, George Ayala, and it's going to be followed by the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Economic Development, Robin Keegan. And she was also formerly the Executive Director of the Louisiana Recovery Authority. So that'll be a very special guest. And then we have Michael Ricks with the U.S. Small Business Administration, Sushil Kumar with the U.S. SBA, and Carmen Center West with the USBA, and Sandra Esslinger, Federal Coordinating Officer with Fema. So that's going to be a really good panel. We'll be back at about 3:30 for that panel. And I will also remind you that, you know, and you can drop in and out, but coming up again at 4:45, we're going to have Rod Miller, CEO of Invest Puerto Rico, Jason Ford, President of Frisco Economic Development Corporation, who is with, and Michael Hecht, who's the President and CEO of Greater New Orleans. Now, Michael will come on probably, and I hope I'm looking at Central Time. Central Time will probably be around, he'll be in that last 5 to 6 o'clock. The Eastern 5 to 6, Central 4 to 5 o'clock block is when we have those case study speakers. Thank you, everybody. We very much appreciate you being with us. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
And I want to just add, I'm going to drop off here. The governor's having the monthly cabinet meeting. I need to show up at that, and it's another Zoom format. But you've assembled IEDC. Thank you so much. You've got just an all-star cast here that can really lend a lot of expertise, not in just today's presentation, but I know these folks are available to our audiences, and we're going to be working closely with EDA, with others. Certainly, I see another theme of greatness in that Rod Miller was with us in Louisiana running the Baton Rouge area chamber for a while. And Jason Ford is a former Louisiana economic development employee. I think we trained him up well. So I'm glad to see that this expertise is coming back around in the service to Louisiana and so many other people that are in such great need, as were our counterparts in Puerto Rico after their storm impacts as well. But I just wanted to say thank you so much for, again, this great effort and the impactful way that this information and these opportunities are going to be deployed to build a better and stronger and more resilient Louisiana going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Pearson. And now I think we're going to put up our slide. All of us are going to take a bathroom break. We'll see you shortly. good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much for staying with us. We are now in the second session of our briefing today on a recovery from Eda and resources for communities. And this segment will focus on federal resources. And we are very fortunate to have with us guests from the EDA and from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and as well as the SBA and Fema. So it's a very rich group of speakers. If you have questions, please do put them in the chat box because we want you to have your questions answered. This is your opportunity. I'm going to start with a special guest, George Ayala. And Mr. Ayala is the regional director for EDA's Austin office. He is responsible for a 5-state region, which includes Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico. He and his staff develop and manage the agency's investments to support jobs, private investment, innovation, entrepreneurship, and global competitiveness. He has been with EDA for over 25 years. Before joining EDA, George worked in the Air Force as an aerospace engineer on the F-16 and F-15 jet engines manufactured by Port and Whitney. While EDA represents a major departure from his jet engine days, he could not envision doing anything else. George is the recipient of the 2016 U.S. Department of Commerce Gold Medal Award for his work leading a national EDA team, which improved the application process for all Bureau grant programs. So, George, we're pleased to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. It's good to join you. Unfortunate that we have another disaster to talk about, but as was mentioned, I've been with EDA for over 25 years, covering all of that time, at least Louisiana and Texas. So I have been through many of these disasters. And so what I'd like to share with you today is a little bit about EDA. Hopefully most of you, if not all of you, are familiar with our programs and our agency. But if you're not, we've been part of economic recovery for really many years, going back probably to Katrina's days. It's really when I think it started for EDA in a much more broader role. And we play a different role from some of our other federal partners that you're going to hear from here soon, in that we're not there for the immediate emergency needs, right after a disaster, but rather it's more of the long-term economic recovery. So we know all of these disasters create, destroy facilities and so forth. But unfortunately, what it also does is it can really impact the jobs of a certain area in a very negative way, in that some jobs may never come back. Some of those jobs may forever be, relocated to a more safer or a perceived safer area. Or they may just decide, a business may decide they just don't want to be in that, continue on. They've lost their means to continue on. And so EDA's focus is, how do we help communities work with these businesses, work with these entities so that these jobs can be brought back in a, hopefully not only where they were before the disaster, but hopefully in a lot stronger way. And so, and that just doesn't mean just the jobs, but also we want to bring back the workers. So we want to help, how do we plan on doing it, and the customers. So as I mentioned, when I start naming disasters, you start with Katrina, Ike, Rita, Gustav, Laura, Delta, Zeta, Harvey, oil spill, COVID. I mean, the list of disasters that our region has been impacted, the region I cover, including Louisiana and Texas, is long. And that's not all of them. Those are just the ones I could remember that we've had direct involvement with. And so I did have a presentation. I don't know if you guys can bring that up, but I did want to do this. So first of all, I did want, if you get nothing else, that's my contact information, my phone number, my email. You're more than welcome to reach out to me directly. I will have some other staff that information on how to contact them here in a couple of slides. But like I was saying, we have been around disaster and disaster recovery for quite a while. And what we have found is that we don't wait till a disaster happens. We try and work with with the region, with the local economic developers to anticipate and create resiliency in their planning, hopefully make you more stronger to resist the impact of a disaster when it happens. And unfortunately, in today's environment, it's almost a guarantee that at some point in time, all of us are going to have to deal with a disaster. And so it's much better to be planning ahead of time before the disaster than it is to try and do that after the fact. But those things happen. And so for those of you that have been impacted by Ida, unfortunately, this is not your first rodeo, as they say. You have been impacted before, at least I know in Louisiana. And so you're familiar with a lot of these resources, but I will share these with you. There's a great wealth of resources on our website. And I mean, there's a lot there. So I highly encourage you, if you haven't been to our website recently or haven't been there in a while, eda.gov. And if you go to the disaster recovery section, there's a wealth of links and information about what EDA has done in the past, what EDA can help with, and links to all kinds of resources outside of EDA as well. So I would highly encourage you to go there and familiarize yourself. Not all of these resources are EDA centric. We certainly partner with a lot of other federal agencies in trying to do that. But one of our biggest partners is what we call our economic development districts in Louisiana. Y'all call them regional planning commissions. In some other states, they call them councils of government. And so one of the things that we've done is that we, over the years, have provided additional resources to fund a person or sometimes a couple of folks to do disaster recovery. We call them disaster recovery coordinators, and a lot of other federal agencies may have similar names to other entities. But these are folks working at the Regional Planning Commission, our economic development districts, on disaster recovery specifically. And right now in Louisiana, in every Regional Planning Commission throughout the entire state, EDA has a funded person dedicated to disaster recovery working in those districts. So if you're not familiar with them, we can certainly give you contact information for those. I don't have it in my presentation, but we have names and phone numbers, or just reach out to your Regional Planning Commission. I'm sure they can help you with that. And they've been doing a lot of different things in addition to helping with the planning for the multi-parish area that we cover, working with individual communities on recovery plans and so forth, and resiliency plans as well into the future. And we funded those all after COVID hit back last year. And, and so they're in place and have been continuing that work. And this disaster, is included in the work activities that they can help with. In addition, you may have heard mentioned our revolving loan fund program. We know that folks would much rather have a grant than a loan, but the only way we work directly with businesses is through our revolving loan fund program. And so there are resources available right now, and we're trying to supplement those as we speak to help with the harder hit areas in Ida's path. And so if you're interested in that, or you have small businesses in particular that are interested in revolving loan funds, we're certainly able to direct you to the right folks to get those kind of resources. And then, as was mentioned earlier by our Deputy Assistant Secretary, We have our regular EDA funding, which starts October 1st. We're at the beginning of the new fiscal year. And so those funds are certainly available to help in a variety of ways. But in addition to that, and almost dwarfed in comparison, is our American Rescue Plan Act funding, which is the $3 billion that's been mentioned. A huge influx of economic development funding, specifically meant to help the communities recover from the pandemic, obviously, but all the communities that were impacted by this hurricane have also been impacted by the pandemic, and so it's almost a multiplier effect of the devastation. And so those funds those communities would be eligible to apply for ARPA funding, as well as our regular EDA funding. So I encourage you, if you have a particular project or something that you're interested in looking at, especially when it comes to building back. We've heard the term Build Back Better. That is one of the programs within ARPA. But in general, we've always looked at disasters, as unfortunate as they are and as devastating as they are, they do give economic developers a unique opportunity to really look at where the development is occurring within your community, within your region. And here, you can use this opportunity to redirect some things that you might have not been able to do under normal circumstances. But because of the disaster, things that would never have even been considered are now on the table. And so we highly recommend you take advantage of looking and working at projects, and from an economic development standpoint, what would be best for your community to come out. And I've seen, especially in New Orleans after Katrina, I mean, really major change in focus in the community and opportunities to do things that they have never really been able to do. And so I think it overall has really improved the economic development opportunities within the New Orleans area specifically. And as was mentioned earlier, EDA funded the Restore Your Economy. Actually, I believe our region funded the first one of those right after, I want to say after Ike, I believe is when we started that. And the great tool, highly recommend you go there. There's a lot of resources, additional resources that are linked at that website. And so I encourage you to go and look at that and see how that can be helpful to you. Next slide. I do want to introduce you to a couple of my staff that would be available. And first, there's Jason Wilson. He's my economic development representative who covers kind of East Texas and the state of Louisiana. And so he's a huge, great resource for you to contact if you're really have any questions about an EDA application or grant opportunity, are interested in the revolving loan fund, specifically, or contacts to those disaster coordinators. I would recommend you reach out to Jason. He's a wealth of knowledge as far as what is available for your communities. And in addition, Apu Naik is our economic development integrator. And he's going to be working and works with Fema quite a bit in collaborating with other federal agencies. So he's another great resource for you. We anticipate one of the things that Fema does, and I know they're talking later here. One of the other things that Fema does is ask other federal agencies to join the emergency resources. Lost the acronym, but they put together federal agencies that really work on disaster recovery from FEMA, with FEMA, along with FEMA. And one of those is economic recovery. And so EDA is tasked with heading up the economic recovery role. And we anticipate that will be occurring for Hurricane Ida and within the next 30 days or so. So you're going to be hearing, I'm sure, a lot more from Apu and Jason on that for your communities. What I'd like to say, just to finish here, is EVA has been around for a long time, over, I guess, 55 or so years. And we've been, working at the local level for a long time. We've never had the kind of funding that we have right now. So it is an interesting time to be part of this agency and also economic development in general. It is, there are a lot of opportunities for funding for federal resources that were not available not too long ago. And so I would encourage you to take advantage of those opportunities. Nobody ever wants a disaster to occur. And I really feel for my friends there in South Louisiana that I hope that I know that they're going to recover. I've seen these folks go through quite a bit of disaster, and we've already reached out to them, and I don't know if any of them are on, but I certainly know that for me, we are very committed to helping the communities with the needs that they have, that we can help fund recovery in your area. And I have a very dedicated staff that also understands it all too well. And we've all, either now with the pandemic, all of us have been through at least one disaster. And so we know the devastating effects of that. And so I just want you to know from me that we're here to help and to assist however we can. I know there's going to be a question and answer session at the end, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to depart. So Jason Wilson, that I introduced here, will be available to answer those questions at the end if you have any for EDA. Again, really look forward to continuing our partnership. And IEDC, thank you for putting this together. I know we've worked with you guys for quite a while and look forward to continuing that. Thank you.
George, thank you very much. We certainly value the time you spent today and EDA's support of IDC along the way through many times, as you say, Hurricane Ike, probably prior to that, the oil spill, just a long shared history and partnership that we appreciate. I'm going to go to our next guest, who we're quite lucky to have with us, and that is Ms. Robin Keegan. And Robin is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Economic Development at the Housing and Urban Development Department. She's a sought-after policy thought leader and practitioner committed to transforming communities through proven strategies and resilience and economic equity. As the former executive director of the Louisiana Recovery Authority and Office of Community Development, she's quite relevant to our conversation here. She's also founder of Spring Industries, LLC, and she's skilled in solving intractable problems through tactical knowledge of federal, state, and local policies. Her work is rooted in the fact that equitable and inclusive communities provide the strongest outcomes. She has a history of designing successful strategies for multiple multi-billion-dollar responses to natural and human-caused disasters for communities for the states of Louisiana, New York, California, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as others around the country. And that includes more than $500 million in CDBG disaster recovery funding and economic development programs that help small Main Street businesses, fishers, and farmers rebuild and grow, as well as plans to strengthen major industry sectors. A lot of this sounds like what we heard from Secretary Pearson and Nikki Valente and our other guests as important topics. Robin has overseen strategic economic planning efforts, including lead planner and author of Prosperity NOLA, the first comprehensive economic development strategy for the city of New Orleans. So we're really lucky to have you, Robin, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thanks for reading that. I'm sure that there are a lot of familiar faces out there. I'm hopeful that you can hear me okay. Somebody flag if you can't. Again, I wanted to thank you for having me today, and I really am grateful to IEDC and all the work that you do for the state of Louisiana, communities throughout Louisiana, as well as throughout the country following disasters and in preparation for disasters and building more economically resilient communities. I'm just reminded as you were reading that bio, thank you for doing that. I didn't realize you were going to read the whole thing. I would have shortened it for you. But I wanted to really underpin the long history of IEDC, which I'm sure was has been made throughout this session, but with Louisiana, the point that you just made about the economic development strategy for the city of New Orleans was really an outcome of work that IEDC did for a long time in Louisiana to help build the New Orleans Business Alliance and really build the opportunity for really economic response through Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. So again, it's a really long history. It's had some major impact, as has the investment made by all of the federal partners. I speak today as a federal partner, but as was mentioned in the bio, and I think for this community is known that I am a Louisiana native. I did come back to Louisiana after Hurricanes Katrina and Rita to work on disaster recovery and worked with many of you. So I'm really happy to be here today with you. Unfortunately, these circumstances are things that Louisianans know very well. I would say that we are one of the most resilient states in the country, but that doesn't mean that the impact of this disaster has not been devastating to residents as well as small businesses. We all know, because we've done this before, that disasters hit us differently each time that they hit us. And we have to be nimble in our responses, even as we have learned over the years. So I just wanted to kind of pause there and also say, just, really commend the great work of the Louisiana Economic Development Organization, just the hard work that Don and his team have done over many, many years and have been doing in response to the pandemic with the support of the federal government, but really the support of the leadership of our local communities to help not only in the public health crisis, but really the impact on the economic impact of that crisis as well. And I was saying that EDA has been a true partner to Louisiana. Many of the recovery efforts that happened, both short and long term, were accelerated by EDA's investment. Sometimes EDA's funds may be smaller than other funders or federal partners, but they're really catalytic and they really focus on planning, strategizing, and meeting the needs of local communities in ways that other funds, which may be larger and as important, aren't able to do. So it really, this administration is really committed to a whole of government approach. And I really feel like this has been done in Louisiana many times as we've responded from other disasters. I wanted to really speak today just to say that while HUD's role in long-term recovery does not start, is not in our long-term recovery, it's not possible without a congressional action to appropriate a supplemental. HUD has, like its federal partners, been on the ground since day one. Our field office and our field team have been responsive to the needs of the community, both in housing that HUD invests in, like our public housing assets, as well as in our communities where we invest community development block grant funding. HUD early on released a set of regulatory and administrative waivers of federal rules on September 7th to help speed Louisiana's recovery from the Category 4 storm. This is one of the largest collections of regulatory and administrative waivers ever issued by the department at one time. These waivers grant flexibility to governments who must rebuild affordable housing to replace that which was lost to Ida, and allow municipalities to use federal money for immediate recovery needs like emergency shelters or food giveaways. I don't need to tell you about the impact of these hurricanes and the destruction that it caused, but we did, in these waivers, we do allow waivers to accelerate new housing construction, suspending normal rules to enable CDBG grantees to replace affordable housing units that were lost as a result of the hurricanes and the flooding. We stand with our federal partners ready to respond. As you know, Secretary Fudge was able to come down just 2 weeks ago to meet with leaders, both our congressional leaders, Governor Edwards, as well as local leaders from the impacted parishes, to express support and assess the damage and identify ways that HUD can continue in its support of these communities. I know that Louisiana is a leader in response and recovery. The power of coordination is strong. It takes the state, the region, local levels, individuals, and small businesses to fully respond. I recognize also that this doesn't make any of this any easier. These disasters were different. While we are familiar with flooding, we're familiar with wind disasters, the impact of the electrical power outage exacerbated and continues to exacerbate the losses in these communities. So I know that right now the action is triage, making sure that businesses and workers have the resources they need to get the lights back on, boats back in the water, farms started up again, and that efforts at the state and local levels are activated to do this. I know that also the business ecosystem, including, as was mentioned in the previous discussion, the regional planning networks, economic development partners are critical to this recovery. I know they're on the ground right now, as are the human services organizations, making sure that businesses can navigate in order to figure out how to find the resources to rebuild their businesses or replace lost inventory. These are critical partners in this recovery. We know again that planning is the next stage, and as was discussed with EDA, they are such a critical partner in the planning phase. If and when a disaster declaration, a supplemental is brought to bear, that work from a CDBG-DR perspective can also fund additional planning as well as response and long-term recovery. We look forward to continuing to be partners in this recovery and to hearing from you as you continue to help our communities in their recovery and making Louisiana stronger. Thank you for the opportunity to share today. And Frankie, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Robin. I actually did cut a little from your bio, but it seemed like most of it was relevant. So appreciate you coming and joining us today. And following Robin, we are going to move to another important agency, the Small Business Administration. And we're fortunate enough to have a few people, 2 people, and perhaps we can pull up both of them so that we can see them together. And I'll go ahead and do an introduction of both of them if you want to show all of us. Mr. Ricks, Michael Ricks, he's the District Director of the SBA for Louisiana. He joined the SBA in 2004, served as the District Director in Alabama for 4 years, and was appointed as the District Director for Louisiana in 2008. Prior to joining the SBA, Mr. Ricks served in the U.S. Army as an infantry officer, a program manager for advanced technology and production readiness projects for the U.S. Marine Corps in Washington, D.C., and as a defense acquisition officer in early program concept development for the Army Infantry Center at Fort Benning, Georgia. He's a former small business entrepreneur and operated a consulting company in Florida, which advised on software development, business processes, and information systems technology. And Mr. Ricks was born and raised in New Orleans, where much of his extended family still resides. Mr. Ricks is going to be joined by Sushil Kumar. He's the Public Information Officer at the Office of District of Disaster Assistance. So we're lucky to have both of you with us, and I'll turn it over to Michael.
Thank you so much. This is Mike Ricks. I hope everybody can hear me fine. Thank you for joining the call. And I'm going to be brief and introduce you to pass this on to Sushil. One thing not mentioned, Sushil went to university here in New Orleans at Tulane and is very familiar with the Louisiana market. And regrettably, because we are Louisiana and it seems like every year we get hit with multiple disasters, we get to see Sushil quite a bit. He knows the market really well, and we're really happy to have him here. And the only thing I really want to mention is much of what Sushil is going to communicate to you it could be ubiquitous. No one single loan, no single business is identical. Everyone's different. And when you run into situations where you have these unusual circumstances that businesses find themselves in terms of liquidity, business structure, things that may or may not complicate your disaster loan application, you can always reach out to us locally in the district office, and if we can't help you, then we can certainly point you in the right direction to where you can get the assistance you need. One of the other things that we do here in the Louisiana district office, in addition to business development and government contracting support for our certified programs, is our standard guaranteed loan program. So we have relationships with all of our participating lenders across the state using those programs, as well as entrepreneurial development and training through our small business development centers, women's business center, and SCORE chapters across the state. Those resources are available to you as well. So small businesses that are needing direct or specific counseling, those services are free to them. And I'll just put in a plug real quick for the Louisiana Small Business Development Center, which is generously funded by Secretary Pearson and Louisiana Economic Development through our network of participating universities. And the link to the location of the nearest center to you, so you can get one-on-one assistance, is lsbdc.org. That's Louisiana Small Business Development Center.org. And find a center close to you, and you can schedule an appointment to get that. Having said that, I've finished my spiel. I'm going to pass it on to Sushil, who will give you some valuable information on how to move forward. Thank you so much, Sushil, for being with us today.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, IEDC, Luna, LED, and so many other distinguished colleagues on this call. Apu, how are you? Wanted to share a little bit of my bio. Looks like Mike talked about his background. So I am a native of New Orleans. I came here exactly 40 years ago today. As a matter of fact, my parents and I were talking briefly about our journey into this great country of ours on September 27, 1981. And it just so happens today, I sit here in front of an esteemed panel talking about what this federal agency can do for the benefits of the many. Indeed, a very, very enviable journey, something I'm very proud of. I attended Tulane University for my undergrad, master's program out of St. John's University in New York, 26-year ex-banker, and 10 years approximately with the SBA. So a real pleasure working with you folks, and look forward to sharing details about what is it that we do. I'll be glad to share my screen. Do I have screen sharing capabilities, Luna?
You should. Let me double check and make sure you're able to. Yep.
I think I am.
There you go.
Perfect. Just want to make sure that we are able to transition over with a slideshow from the very beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Small Business Administration's Office of Disaster Assistance. The name small business envisions only assistance for businesses that, file tax returns and folks that are in the business of making money. But this is probably the only area where post-disaster, the U.S. Small Business Administration is assisting with the needs of the community, namely renters and homeowners. So for renters and homeowners on the personal property side, we're able to lend money up to $40,000, and for homeowners up to $200,000, and nonprofits, including places of worship and businesses of all sizes, $2 million. Now, businesses can borrow not only for economic injury, but also for physical damages. Having said that, as you all know on this call, any given disaster, your first line of defense is your insurance policy. The shortage of one or lack thereof is what drives the applicant to us. So when GOSEP, in this case out of Baton Rouge, said to FEMA, look, we need individual assistance, The minute they ask for individual assistance, the U.S. Small Business Administration gets invoked, and then we partner up with our esteemed colleagues at Fema to help the needs of the many. This is our office, a visual representation of our office in Sacramento. Haven't worked there for almost a year and a half. Someday we'll get back to the business of being in the office. Our declaration map, 25 parishes declared, deep orange, and the mustard color is what we call the contiguous parishes, where businesses are the only ones, along with nonprofits, can apply for economic injury. The deep orange, from the very top West Feliciana all the way down to the bottom Plaquemines, and all parishes in between, can not only apply for damages to their personal property, damages to their home, damages to their businesses, and then also places of worship can apply. If someone were to ask me what, within a couple of sentences, what is it that we do? We are the largest provider of funds to privately damaged properties for disaster losses not covered by insurance. Our new administrator, Isabella Casillas Guzman, is the photo that you see. And our job is to provide liquidity in the absence of liquidity post-disaster. As we all know, spending disappears. All kinds of spending disappears because post-disaster is followed by a time frame of what's going to happen next. We're all circumspect of what's going to happen. So when you talk about stimulus, capital access, talk about how do we get folks off their feet, our job is to provide exactly that. And there's a process for it, which I'll discuss momentarily. Disaster losses, as you might know, are unexpected. We call that unmet needs created by a disaster, in this case, Hurricane Ida. And not only are they for businesses, but also for residents. The mindset with a SBA disaster loan is such that you're expected to carry insurance on your property. When you carry insurance on your property, we are aligning ourselves up with the top line, which is insurance is your first line of defense. The shortage thereof and or an absence thereof is now mitigated because now I have insurance. So it's our job to reduce the federal disaster costs, okay? And overall, it starts off with FEMA's safe, secure, sanitary condition grant. So we'll get into that momentarily. Last but not least, as I mentioned earlier, we are a critical source of economic stimulus in disaster-ravaged communities to help spur employment and stabilize tax bases. Our interest rates are subsidized. For this particular disaster, our rates are as low as 1.563%. Yes, you heard that correctly. As low as 1.563%. The maximum amortization or repayment is a 30-year time frame. Not everyone qualifies. The third bullet point really refers to this loan being a cash flow loan. And if it's cash flow, it's very simple. Income minus expenses. What is left over? Can that be cash flowed over a 30-year term at 1.563%? On a case-by-case basis, a little known fact about our program is that we're able to refinance their first mortgage as long as certain conditions of the program are met. And I'll cover that momentarily also. Again, without being redundant, only uncompensated losses. So in other words, deductibles, we cannot duplicate benefits, and any grants that go towards recoveries. We cannot duplicate benefits, period, end of sentence. And certain ineligibility, if you haven't paid your back taxes, your back child support, student loans, impaired credit, and you've let your insurance lapse on your property that is supposed to be covered. We had a unique scenario that I'd like to share with you during Hurricane Sandy, where an individual paid his loan like clockwork. And a previous disaster in New York was, in this person's opinion, was not going to happen. State of New York doesn't get a lot of hurricanes, if you will. He let the insurance lapse literally 3 months prior to Hurricane Sandy. Unfortunately, we were not able to help that particular individual. So it's important that folks pay attention to the details of what keeps them in good standing with the SBA or any other federal agency debt or arrangements. Now, this is what we call a three-step process. This is where I'll start off with my FEMA brethren, and their role in a presidential disaster is to provide not only safe, secure, sanitary condition grants, but if and when referred over to the SBA, this particular disaster, their referral rate is somewhere in the high 50s, almost close to 60%. Some other disasters, they're in the 70s and 80s. But this particular disaster in the state of Louisiana, there is a 60% chance that if you register with FEMA, you'll be referred over to the SBA. As I mentioned, the expectation is that the homeowner and the renter move forward with the referral process by applying with the SBA and finding out what they qualify for. If for some reason they are not qualified for an SBA loan, we'll refer them back to FEMA's other needs assistance. That condition is a requirement to open up the third pot of money. First pot of money is the safe, secure, sanitary condition. The second pot of money is our low interest rate disaster loans. If they don't qualify, they get to go back to FEMA for their other needs assistance. Now, if they choose not to apply with us, that's a hard stop. There are certain SBA credit conditioned grants, and ONA happens to be one of them. One part of ONA happens to be one of them. So they need to apply, and if they don't, it's a hard stop. Now, once you cross over the initial threshold, there is a physical damage process that someone goes through. In other words, an appraiser comes by, takes a look at your property, and analyzes the extent of the losses, along with artificial intelligence and aerial imagery, to figure out what the totality of the losses were. Once that's done, that's step 2. It goes to step 3, where a case manager then talks about with the applicant their total losses, which we then call verified damages. And then they go over their income and expenses, at which time they are told the outcome of the loan, which is if they're approved, the interest rate is 1.563%, for example. Maximum amortization is 30 years, and when they can count on disbursement of funds. So that's what we call our 3-step process. This particular slide breaks it up into business and nonprofits, and businesses do not have to register with FEMA. They're encouraged to do so because FEMA is the lead coordinating agency. But since FEMA does not have a lending program, if the business bypasses the FEMA registration process, no harm, no foul. On a case-by-case basis, there is mitigation money available, which equals up to the 20% of the verified process, as I mentioned. So hypothetically, if the totality of the damages is $100,000, 20% of that is automatically added. So a total of $120,000 to be repaid back at an interest rate as low as 1.563% and repaid over a maximum 30-year period. Not everyone qualifies. As you know, as lenders, we've got to say that for the purposes of getting past lender liability, correct? This is one of those slides. There are 2 slides back to back. Rick, would you, I should say, Mr. Ricks, would you prefer to talk about our relationship with the SCORE chapters? Might be a good time for you to step up and tell us what they can do, or would you like me to continue, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Sushil. Yeah, the SCORE chapters, they're part of our resource partner network. Here in Louisiana, we have 6 that are active. To find the locations of these SCORE chapters, you can find them at our website. The best way to do that, of course, is sba.gov. And when it click on look for local resources, and then put in your zip code, and then the SCORE chapters, the ones that are servicing your area, will come up. They are capable of assisting you one-on-one with disaster assistance. Is there anything else you wanted me to say about them? I mean, they're here all the time. They're not just here for disasters. They're here to meet your small business counseling needs at any time during the year.
Very well, sir. And also, as Mike would love to say, they're free. They're there to help you with the reconsideration process with the SBA if you're turned down. They help you with market feasibility studies, job creations, operational financial marketing plans. They're able to provide you an alternative business plan if your old business plan may or may not be functioning post-disaster. And they're a valuable resource between small business development centers, the Women's Business Center through the Urban League, SCORE chapters where they mentor you, and the Veterans Business Outreach Center. This is our way, ODA and the district office, to partner up with resource organizations to help the needs of the many for businesses, namely. So as I mentioned, thanks, Mike, appreciate you. When the SBA turns an application down, for the applicant, whether it be unsatisfactory credit, lack of repayment, insufficient information, we will issue a decline letter, including the closest SBDC, to help assist with reconsideration. The reconsideration process is within 6 months. You can respond back and ask for the monies that you initially were turned down for, along with data that states why the decision to turn down was incorrect, or if you have addressed those conditions and are ready to go through the underwriting process. As I mentioned, they are free of charge, they're already paid for, so why wouldn't you want to take advantage of their resources and their expertise? A very insidious statistic that most of us might be aware of on this call, since we are economic development professionals, that a quarter of the businesses don't open after a disaster. Let me expand on that statistic very specifically. Literally one in 4 businesses that stay closed for the first 5 days of a disaster, such as Hurricane Ida, have a 90% probability of failure in the first year. And in this particular disaster, the Utilities Commission could not reopen New Orleans for the first 11 days. They tried their best. So we're looking at a situation where might be significant capital dislocation, loss of jobs, loss of businesses, loss of dreams. So my recommendation to everyone that I speak to in my areas here, 25 parishes and more, and all the folks on the call, is apply for the economic injury disaster loan. It is there for the purposes of meeting payroll, inventory, existing income taxes, and anything else that you might think of. It is a working capital loan, and it keeps you solvent. The very definition of working capital is current assets minus current liabilities. And the remaining sum needs to be at least a ratio of 1, otherwise technically you're insolvent. Most banks have these ratios in place. So our job is not only to provide liquidity to those business owners, but help those businesses maintain their relationship with the bank without the bank having to redo their loan or write up TDRs, trouble debt restructuring notes, if you will. So it's a huge economic impact when businesses fail. And our job is to provide that critical stimulus to keep them afloat. A 1-page SBA Lincoln contacts everything from the RRF, SVOG, Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, Restaurant Revitalization Fund, Economic Injury Disaster Loan, Paycheck Protection Program, which ceased to exist, and any other economic aid options. Our phone number at the Disaster Customer Service, 800-659-2955. I'm going to stop sharing my page here and then go over a really quick fact sheet that covers the extent of our program. And no, that's not the one. Let me look here. I'll be darned. Let me see here. While I do this, Mike, will you keep our audience engaged if you don't mind, sir?
I am happy to. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time that you're spending. Just as Ashil looks for the fact sheet, I just want to remind everybody of our standard programs and services that we offer. And these are not disaster related, but what we do on a regular basis. Of course, I mentioned briefly the business development and government contracting programs. There are a lot of businesses and that use these certified programs to gain a contracting advantage if you're interested in doing federal contracting. The federal government spends more money on goods and services than any other single entity in our country. So regardless of what service or good you provide, there's a very strong possibility that the federal government will buy it. There's a lot of benefits to working with the federal government. First and foremost, we always pay our bills. There's very little haggling when you're working directly with the federal government. You submit an invoice, and we do have programs that we have put in place since 2010 where we will pay invoices to small businesses in 15 days. You can access these services in government contracting through a network of counselors that are available through the, actually funded by the Department of Defense, the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, PTAC. And you can find their information, of course, online. You can find it through our website, or you can do a Google search, just PTAC, Louisiana. All their contact information is up, and they can provide you not only with information on how to get involved in federal contracting, but also local and parish contracting as well. The other thing I want to mention quickly about government contracting opportunities is, regrettably, there's going to be a lot of federal money that's spent in a recovery effort through FEMA. There may be specific contracting programs that are available through other federal agencies to rebuild. Military installations, of course, just like everybody else, needs repairs, and they'll need contractors to do that work. So being able to understand the contracting procedure, and even if you've got a certified business, gives you a leg up on getting those opportunities as well. And I think Sushil is ready now, so I'll stop talking. Pass it back to him.
Everybody can see the slide. Mike, can you see the slide?
Yes, I can see it.
Perfect. So this is what we call our fact sheet, very specific to each disaster. It's occurring 26th of August, and it closed out as of September the 2nd. So I'll update this fact sheet for you, Luna. I'll send that out to you. The PowerPoint presentation had those parishes mapped out. They are the ones that are listed here, along with the economic injury pieces. The Mississippi counties that Amity, through Wilkinson, were not listed because they fall into our FOC East out of Atlanta domain, if you will. The deadline for these loans is 28th of October for physical damages. So in other words, register with FEMA, apply with the SBA. Register with FEMA, apply with the SBA. In that order, businesses are encouraged to, but don't need to. They also need to apply by the 20th of October deadline. Economic injury is May 31st, goes into details about what the physical disaster loans entails. They're loans to businesses to repair, replace disaster damaged properties. Economic injury are working capital loans, and of course, loans to homeowners or renters to repair and replace disaster damaged real estate and personal property. The interest rates, as I mentioned, are as low as 1.563%, 2.855% for business, and nonprofit organizations at a fixed 2%. What you see on the right-hand side is what we call credit available elsewhere. It's a little bit of a topic that our framers wanted us to have that in place. So most loans in the high 90s are in this category here. The other ones that don't need the subsidy are in this category. Talks about loan limits, $2 million for business loans. Economic injury is a portion of it. If the business did not suffer a lot of damages, they can take advantage, if their company qualifies, for the remaining portions for EIDL. It's a statutory limit for business loans. Home loans is a maximum $200,000. We talked about funding mitigation, and I promised to briefly talk about refinancing. If your property is damaged considerably, and the definition is 40% or more of the value of the property, intend to repair the damages, evidence of a first mortgage, use up the funds that we lend you on for this particular disaster, and the entire amount is below $200,000. There's a potential for the entire mortgage to be refinanced at as low as 1.563%. And during Hurricane Harvey, a lot of the Southeast Texas area did benefit from refinancing, thereby providing a very vital capital stimulus to many a homeowner and many a business. Relocation is one of our other unspoken jewels, if you will. On a case-by-case basis, we will consider monies for relocation. We did talk about the insurance requirements. You can apply with us at disasterloanassistance.sba.gov. Call our customer service number at 800-659-2955, or email us at disastercustomerservice@sba.gov. With that, I end my presentation. I thank all of my economic development colleagues on this call. Great relationships with many of you folks on this call, LED, Apu from EDA, and many other folks. Delaney, nice to meet you. I'm sure say Luna. Appreciate meeting you on this call and so much more. Much appreciated. Back to you folks.
Thank you so much, Sushil and Michael. That was really, really great information. And I'm going to move on to introduce our next presenter, who's with FEMA, and that would be Jose Gil Montañez. He's a federal coordinating officer. He coordinates federal assistance and facilitates disaster recovery, collaboration among federal, tribal, state, and local governments, the private sector, and voluntary faith-based and community organizations to support states and tribes affected by a disaster or emergency. He began his career at the state of Florida's Division of Emergency Management, and then joined FEMA in 2011 and was responsible in the development and rollout of the National Disaster Recovery Framework, NDRF, that many of us know very well. He piloted the principles and coordinating structures of NDRF to support the state of Alabama after the 2011 tornado events. In his current role as the Deputy Federal Coordinating Officer for Recovery COVID-19, he's responsible for leveraging interagency coordination and resources. He continues to pioneer new approaches to support states and tribes to build capacity and promote the need for equity inclusion in the delivery of emergency management operations. We very much enjoy partnering with Mr. Montanez's group, the interagency group, and I'm delighted to introduce him now. And one final note is that he was deployed to Baton Rouge as the equity advisor to ensure the equitable delivery of federal programs, services, and resources to support the survivors of Hurricane Ida. So Jose, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Delaney. Definitely a pleasure to be here, especially among many of my fellow partner colleagues. As Delaney had explained, I'm still supporting the COVID-19 recovery efforts, and we have some direct engagements with some of the pueblos in New Mexico. But also there was the immediate need to attend to the needs of the survivors of Hurricane Ida. So I have deployed to Baton Rouge in the role of an equity advisor. So I'll talk a little bit of that towards the end of my presentation. So let me share my screen. Okay, now it's time to get this bar up from the top of the screen. Delaney, can you see my presentation?
Yep, Rose.
Yeah, that's Delaney. This is Frankie. You could talk to either of us though. We can see it.
And do you see the bar on the side with my face, or?
Yeah, we can see your video as well.
Okay. Okay, well, if I cut out for any reason, I've been having reception issues. We'll figure it out. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. As you've heard from many of the federal partners, FEMA does play a major role after any disaster declaration. FEMA's primary focus is to leverage the resources of the entire federal family to ensure that all of the Hurricane Ida survivors in Louisiana affected parishes receive all possible assistance that they are eligible for. FEMA and its partners are doing everything to prioritize historically marginalized communities and those most likely to face the impacts of climate change year after year. Louisiana is a high-risk state for emergency events and disasters with at least one storm event every year for the past 20 years. 6 in the last 13 months: Laura, Delta, Zeta, the winter storms, the spring flooding, and now Ida. To ensure that survivors not only recover from disaster, but that they are better protected from future scenarios, it's going to take all of us. So it's not just the coordination of the federal and state, it's also the inclusion of local governments, faith-based organizations, volunteers, community members, and survivors. And most importantly, that has been a very personal and professional focus of mine is the economic sector. So just sharing some of the figures that we've seen over the past 4 weeks since the declaration. FEMA has approved 493,000 applications, so near to 500,000 applications that have been approved, totaling up to $621 million. And of that number, approximately 485,000 households have received $242.7 million for critical needs that would be for food, water, prescriptions, or medical supplies. Nearly 166,000 homeowners and renters have received payments for a safe place while their homes are being repaired. And then more than 8,000 families have a safe place to stay tonight in hotels in 10 states as they meet the needs of the recovery step by step. Currently, we have disaster survivor assistance teams that are visiting 18 parishes. Our disaster survivor assistance teams are very critical to the message because they provide that face-to-face physical contact to the survivors to really listen to what their needs are, as well as ensure that they are able to apply for federal assistance. Accompanying the DSA teams, we have what we call disaster recovery centers. And currently we have small and temporary centers throughout 10 of the parishes. These are kind of like our one-stop shops that we team up with local resources, state resources, so that when survivors come in, not only can they get assistance with their FEMA application, but they can also find out and register for other assistance that are local to their area. Then we also have the FEMA helpline. The FEMA helpline is available 24 hours, 7 days a week. And as you can see, we have the number posted there. Our operators can assist in about 177 different languages. We can also provide on-site American Sign Language interpreters with at least a 24-hour notice. Currently for Hurricane Ida, we have all of our materials translated in 6 languages, which is Simplified Chinese, French, Haitian Creole, Korean, Spanish, and Vietnamese. Currently, we are working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in order to install approximately about 8,000 temporary roof tarps. Sorry, I'm trying to control the screen at the same time. And then we also have our disability integration team, who's been working very closely with the State Emergency Management, Disability, and Aging Coalition in order to meet the needs of our functional access needs communities. Our individual assistance program. The program provides financial assistance for eligible individuals and households affected by Hurricane Ida who have been uninsured or underinsured in order to meet necessary expenses or serious needs. As part of FEMA's commitment to ensure equity in the delivery of assistance, to survivors and communities, FEMA has recently made a few changes in order to break down the barriers to assistance. We're now helping survivors to clean and sanitize their homes to prevent additional loss and protect the health and family of households if their home has been damaged but is livable. We're providing financial assistance to repair real property components impacted by disaster caused by mold growth. Assistance may be available to survivors for damaged accessibility items, such as exterior ramps and grab bars, and for accessibility modifications if a survivor was disabled due to the hurricane. We're issuing inspections for survivors who are pending verification for identity, occupancy, and/or ownership. And we're providing additional support to verify these requirements at the time of inspection. FEMA is also expanding the types and accessible dates of documents that disaster survivors can provide to verify home ownership and occupancy. Now for public assistance. This is the next program that is starting to become active within the operation. Our public assistance program is broken up into two different areas of work. The emergency work, which is work that might have been before landfall of Hurricane Ida in order to prepare for any potential impacts, and then debris removal. And then our next categories of work is called permanent work, which is repairs or replacement of schools, roads, bridges, and other public infrastructure. Then we have hazard mitigation grant programs. The National Flood Insurance Program has paid out nearly $72.7 million in claims. And the top 4 parishes filing these claims are St. John the Baptist, Jefferson, St. Tammany, and Orleans. Insurance outreach teams are made available in several of the parishes, and these teams are available verifying that agents are selling flood insurance, discussing new pricing methodology, set to launch October 1st, and new way flood policies are rated, directing agents to the MAP service centers that any property owner can use. The next mitigation program isn't necessarily tied to Hurricane Ida, but I wanted to make sure I made mention of it because it is an additional resource that could be used, but it is a competitive grant nationwide. It is the Building Resilience, Infrastructure, and Communities Program, also known as BRIC. For those of you that might have been aware of the pre-disaster mitigation program in prior years, BRIC has pretty much replaced that. So what it intends to do is, as you can see, BRIC supports states, locals, communities, tribes, and territories as they undertake hazard mitigation projects by reducing the risk they face from disasters and natural hazards. The current application period will open this September 30th and will close January 28th. And there's currently $1 billion are available in that BRIC funding. To learn more information about who the recent recipients of last year's allocation, feel free to reach out to the Region 6 Mitigation Office. You can feel free to reach out to me as well after the presentation. And once again, as I opened up, we could not do this if it wasn't for the coordination collaboration with our federal partners. So as you can see here, these are the current federal partners that have embraced the activities in order to make sure that we respond to the immediate needs of the impact. Later on, we will enter into what we call the Interagency Recovery Coordination Team. Similar partners here that share the same lens as response to recovery, but then we have other components that will be leveraged, for example, Department of Interior, as well as the Economic Development Administration under the Department of Commerce. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open for any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jose. That was a wealth of information. And I am just wondering if anybody in the chat has a question for our audience. Because we heard because that was so chock full of information from all of our federal partners, we're actually running up against the time in which our last section begins. So I think what I'm going to do is, knowing that this will be available on restorereconomy.org for future reference. For example, so Shield's slides had so much information. I know people wanted to take a look at them. We'll just go ahead and close out this session. And again, a very big thank you to all of you who came. Jason Wilson was also with us, our partner from EDA, our local EDR for Louisiana and part of Texas. And hi, Jason. Sorry, we didn't get to hear from you. But thanks to the rest of you, and have a good day. And we will be back in 5 minutes with the last session. If you want to put up the slide. Hi, Rod. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
Yeah. Secretary Pearson at the top was talking about you.
Oh, great. Yes, I know a little something about Louisiana.
Yeah, right. He said he talked about you in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
I guess that preceded New Orleans. So, yeah.
That's right. It's great to be here.
And have to thank you again. You were a lucky charm in terms of coming to Kresge. At least we're on the right path, right? I don't know if you saw the note, but
Yes, it looks like it.
Keep taking a step forward, but
That's great.
Yeah.
Is it just the two of us in here?
No, but it's just the two of us talking. I think everyone else is taking a break, which I probably should do, but
No worries.
yeah.
Yeah, I kind of left my presentation kind of generic, so hopefully that's fine. Because I figure, in the Q&A, we can kind of dig into the weeds more.
Yeah, and I won't keep all of you if I don't need to, because it's scheduled for an hour and 15, but the one that we had oriented towards the Northeast region was just an hour, and that was more than enough. Jason Ford is here, Rod.
Oh,
You two will be in this along with Michael Hecht.
Yeah, Michael and I were texting just a little while ago. Good to see you, Jason.
Okay, everybody. Well, welcome back. Thank you for staying until our third session. I'm really looking forward to this one. After a wonderful opening session, which featured Secretary Pearson and Jeff Finkel, we've heard about the various federal resources, and now we're going to hear about community recovery and resilience case studies from some speakers that understand what disaster preparedness and disaster recovery looks like firsthand. Our first speaker will be Rod Miller, the CEO of Invest Puerto Rico. The next speaker will be Jason Ford, serving as the president of the Frisco Economic Development Corporation that was on the ground in the post-Harvey environment. And our final speaker will be Michael Hecht. He's president and CEO of Greater New Orleans, Inc. So we really look forward to hearing from each of these. Now, should you have any questions as you hear from the speakers, please do put them in the chat box. There will be time for a Q&A at the end. So let me tell you a little bit about Rod. He will go first. And Roderick Miller is the CEO of Invest Puerto Rico, which works to promote Puerto Rico as a competitive business destination and accelerate economic development for the island. Previously, he was the CEO of the Detroit Economic Corporation, the public-private partnership charged with leading the economic revitalization of the city of Detroit. Then, prior to that, he also served as the founding president and CEO of the New Orleans Business Alliance, the official economic development organization responsible for ensuring the long-term economic vitality and driving job growth for the city of New Orleans. And I think at the onset, Secretary Pearson was giving him a shout out about work in Baton Rouge as well. So we are very lucky to have Rod with us today. So Rod, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much for having me. And I am going to try and share my screen. So give me just a moment here. And I think we are set with this. So first of all, you know, it's really an honor to be able to share some thoughts. I believe that every market is different and has different sets of challenges as it relates to recovering after a major, shock to the market. So I'm going to try and share some things that I've learned in general through experiences in New Orleans, Detroit, and Puerto Rico post-disaster. And I think these are some good general takeaways that one could use, and hopefully we'll have a chance to kind of dig more into the details as we go along. So highlights: economic shocks will happen, but the reality of it is, is that the best thing that a market can do is actually be prepared for them. They're going to happen. There are a lot of different things that can cause them. But as those things happen, there needs to be a key focus on competitiveness in terms of how to rebuild, and also making sure that there's resilience. And then we'll talk a little bit about some of the things that that a market can do to kind of address those directly. And before going on any further, I do think I should just mention, that everyone is pulling for Louisiana. This last one was quite a shock. Of course, I was there some time ago. A few years after hurricanes Katrina and Rita, and we just know how damaging that could be. So our thoughts are with everyone in Louisiana, and hope that the recovery is going well. There are a lot of different things that can cause economic shock. In this case, we're talking about force majeure, but markets are going to experience shock at some point in their life cycle. The pandemic really kind of underscored that there's no market that's immune to shocks. And that was one kind of on a global scale, but other things that can lead to economic shock includes, mass outmigration, over-reliance on a singular industry, climate change, crime, war. And so economic shocks will happen. And I think there's a certain mentality that economic developers have to have related to understanding that it's going to happen. And the best thing that they can do is really be prepared to address those shocks. And so the two most important things that are important in terms of not only preparing for shocks, but also rebuilding after them, is a focus on the idea of competitiveness, as well as a focus on resilience. From a competitiveness perspective, that's the mix of factors that really make a place attractive for investment, corporate growth, and quality of life. And the more competitive a market is, the more likely it is to be able to draw kind of long-term investment and quality of life for its residents. And so by focusing on building up the competitiveness of markets, what we're really saying is that we can focus on making these markets the places where companies want to be, bringing this private investment. And of course, we've got policy tools, we've got investment support, and of course, we've got kind of natural assets that we can build off to make those things to make a market competitive as you rebuild. Thinking a little bit about competitiveness, we'll start with kind of at the top of the inverted pyramid. You see we have the microeconomic competitiveness, which is the quality of the business environment, the state of cluster development, the sophistication of companies and operations. So really on a microeconomic level, the question is this a good market for business? Can businesses grow? Are there the supports in place to kind of foment this private investment over time, and to actually ensure that wherever a business lies in its life cycle, they've got access to the resources that they need to grow. From a macroeconomic policy, of course, that's sound monetary and fiscal policy, human development, and political institutions. Most economic developers do not play in the macro space as much as we do the micro space, which I would argue that micro space is kind of really where you can have the best impact kind of in the near term in terms of pushing the economy forward. And of course, endowments are the natural assets that a market has that from day one. And then in much more concrete terms, how do we think about competitiveness? There are all of these levers: government and fiscal policy, security, infrastructure, human resources, technology, business incubation, openness, which is how international the market is, how connected is it to global markets, and environmental policy. One thing that's key in terms of rebuilding an economy is to understand kind of where you're trying to take the market in terms of the types of jobs and the types of industries that are there, and what are going to be the things that are going to be most attractive for those industries. As daunting as recovery seems, and as it is, it really represents many cases an opportunity to address big fundamental challenges that the market has had historically. And one good thing about Louisiana is that this isn't the first rodeo for Louisiana. So Louisiana knows, after Katrina, New Orleans, I know, looked at that as an opportunity to really rethink kind of public education and how to reshape public education. The state of Louisiana after Hurricanes Katrina and Rita looked at the question of corruption, and they looked at it with a level of honesty and put in place some of the most aggressive anti-corruption legislation. And those are all things that make a market more attractive for long-term investment. It's important to remember that in this process of investment and rebuilding, that it's a marathon and not a sprint, and that many of the difficult decisions, unfortunately, that kind of exacerbate the challenges after a shock happened, many of the difficult challenges that kind of exacerbate the impact of a shock really represent an opportunity to address those things in a different kind of way moving forward. In other words, what we see is that in markets like Louisiana and other kind of weaker markets, I would say from a perspective of kind of population growth and some of the core fundamentals of kind of a strong economy, some of these markets, some of the things that preceded the event occurring make it more susceptible to challenges after the event has occurred. So part of the rebuilding process has to not just look at competitiveness, but at the question of resilience. And what COVID has shown is that no market is immune to risk, but the markets that are going to most be able to recover quickly are going to be those resilient markets that have the ability to prevent, withstand, and quickly recover. And that's also a policy question, a programmatic question, and a focus on kind of the competitiveness things that allow for rebuilding to happen quickly. So establishing economic resilience in a local or regional economy requires the ability to anticipate risk, evaluate how that risk can impact key economic assets, and build a responsive capacity. In the case of Louisiana, the history of hurricanes and other challenges created some muscle memory that allowed for the response this time to be much quicker and much more coordinated than it was after Hurricanes Maria and Rita 15 years ago. So that's an example of kind of building a more resilient economy. It can be strengthened by implementing policies aimed at mitigating the risk and the consequences. So in other words, when something happens, what's the response and who's responsible for what when those things happen? And I think those are strategic questions that even at this juncture, early juncture in the recovery process, it's imperative to address. So how to respond? How does one respond after economic shock? Well, there are 4 phases. One is there's this disaster decline. So there's this precipitous event that really kind of puts things in motion. And one of the things that I'll say is that while we're focused on the piece of the event of the storms and the impacts of the storms, in the case of Louisiana, in the case of New Orleans, we know that prior to Hurricane Katrina, there was 40 years of economic decline prior to that, which wasn't necessarily addressed openly at the time prior to that happening, where there was over-reliance on one industry. There was a real challenge as it related to population going down. And these were things that had been longstanding issues. And of course, when the storm struck and the levees broke, it exacerbated and really put all of those things in the national spotlight. So it's important to recognize that while disasters, we tend to think of them as finite moments in time. There are a variety of things that happen prior to a disaster, and there needs to be a consistent eye on what is the status of an economy at any given time to make sure that there's an ability not only to respond after disaster, but to course correct in the process of building. Number two, there's this, once this disaster decline has happened, there has to be a recognition and engagement. In many cases, what we see is after these events, there's kind of a reticence to move forward or a lack of acceptance that these challenges are confronting the economy. And so how do you actually do that? The third part of the process is recovery, which is the rebuilding. And then, of course, simultaneously, resilience happens. So here are the steps that are essential in rebuilding. And I'll try and throw in pieces of stories from New Orleans, Detroit, as well as Puerto Rico in here. So the first thing is there has to be an assessment and a triage. Immediately after these types of shock happen, there are a variety of things that are happening. The markets are in a tizzy. So you've got the risk of companies that are already there leaving. So that's a real issue. So that ability to reach out to companies. You've also got an incredible amount of damage on the ground in terms of people and lives lost and those sorts of challenges. And there needs to be kind of immediate attention focused on how do you actually make sure people are safe, number one. Number two, how do you reach out to your businesses and your investor base to ensure that the business and investor base have the support that they need, have access to information so that they're going to stay in the market over the long term, and that they understand they have a partner, and that that these occurrences haven't reset the market as a place for investment, but rather represent an opportunity to move forward and actually fix some of the challenges that may have been there in the past. So this ability to assess and triage. In the case of New Orleans, that assessment and triage really looked like a lot of the work that was done by the New Orleans Business Council, and a lot of the work that was done by GNO Inc. and others, and ultimately driving this conversation that set up the New Orleans Business Alliance, the organization that I led, because there was a recognition that, hey, we've got these challenges, we've got to stop the bleeding, and now we have to move forward in a different way. The second big step to economic recovery is unify and unite. One of the things that has to happen is that there is no one silo, whether it's public sector, private sector, or nonprofit sector, that can actually drive a recovery wholesale by itself. So there has to be, and you need residents to be a part of that. So there has to be this broader conversation and broader recognition that there is a togetherness, and there has to be rebuilding done together, that the historic kind of divide, whether it's along racial lines, or whether it's along class lines or by sectors, we have to move past those in order to around the broader concept of recovery, and that's an integrated process. In the case of Detroit, that looked like, what does expansion beyond the automotive sector look like? What are the sectors that, because of the strength in automotive, that could represent a new opportunity and move in a different direction? In the case of New Orleans, it might have been how to handle some of the issues related to equity and racial divide historically. The third step to recovery is around telling the story. There tends to be a reticence to tell the story of the challenge of markets as well as the recovery. There's a lot of shame in many cases, like, oh, this happened to us and now we're in a predicament or a situation that's challenging, and there may not be clarity around where to go. And I would tell, the worst thing that a market can do is allow the media to own the story of what's happened to them and where they're going, because the media will consistently paint a negative picture of not only what's happened, but of the future. So it's important to identify what actually happened that led to the events and kind of the response to those events, but also a clarity around what this means for the market and how to move forward. That story needs to be owned locally, or else it becomes a different story. Identify the opportunity and set the vision. So a big piece of the recovery is recognizing that things will not recover the way that they have always been. It's the situation has changed, and that's a painful thing to own, that, you know, a place is not going to be what it's always been, whether it's, you know, Shreveport, or whether it's New Orleans, or whether it's other places in the state that were hit hard. But that also creates an opportunity to address, you know, big challenges and set a new vision. How do you build on the history of the past, lean into the history of the past, but also recognize that the market globally is changing, and that this creates a new kind of baseline for your market to figure out how it wants to engage globally. That may be new sector opportunities related to sustainable industries. That may be an opportunity to reinvest in strategic assets with next generation technology and infrastructure. I mean, the ability to drive strategic investments is a key piece of that element of recovery. And by strategic investments, the role of the private sector is really to drive this overall conversation around what's needed to gain additional private investment in the market. But on the flip side, the role of the government should be, how do you actually coordinate the federal, the state, and the other funds that are coming in around key policy initiatives, around key values, and that's coordinated and it's integrated. That's really what's needed to ensure that the recovery process is accelerated. And then lastly, it's about execution of a core kind of basic economic development program, business retention expansion. How do you reach out to the companies that are already there? We know that 80% of an economy's growth comes from existing companies in a market. So how do you interface with those companies to make sure that they know that they've got a backbone of public sector support that wants to keep them there and wants to get them back functioning as quickly as possible? From a corporate attraction perspective, how do you use this as a pivot opportunity to re-engage maybe clients, prospects that have fallen out of the pipeline? Or do you use it as an opportunity to engage clients that can be a part of the recovery story in a different way in terms of focus? It also represents a great opportunity to address issues of equity, which, a more equitable recovery. So how do you get more of the population participating in the economy? Is this an opportunity to bring in new entrepreneurs? Is it an opportunity to build 20-minute neighborhoods that have better assets for local residents? Is an opportunity to perhaps leverage small businesses in the rebuilding? All of these things represent opportunity. And so as you're going through this process, assess and triage, what are the challenges and how do you stop the bleeding? Number two, how do you unify and unite, bring the different parties together so that there is a clarity of oneness? It's not a competition between different members of the community around where the resources go. It's about how the resources come in an integrated way, and there's clarity of purpose and clarity of strategy. And number three, tell the story, own the story locally and own the story nationally so that it can be used as a pivoting moment for the economy. Identify opportunity and set vision. So make sure that there's a plan, drive strategic investments, and then execute on the basic economic development program. A couple of key lessons to keep top of mind. Number one, that the private sector needs to drive the recovery conversation and ensure accountability. It doesn't matter whether it's Louisiana or whether it's Detroit or whether it's Puerto Rico or whether it's anywhere. The public sector tends to have a short-term kind of view as elected officials are elected for 4-year periods of time, and that's what they're focused on. So the private sector should actually lead the conversation and push it towards a longer-term period for recovery, because recovery is not going to happen in 3 or 4 years. It's a long-term, it's a marathon, not a sprint. The public sector must ensure that spending priorities are clearly defined, coordinated, and integrated. I've seen in numerous markets where money goes to different agencies or different nonprofits, and these organizations end up tripping all over each other because they've got different priorities around what needs to happen first, second, and third. And the public sector should really lead that conversation around how the investment rolls out, who leads when, and making sure that it's coordinated so that there's leverage and that programs and policies build on each other. Resilience need to be embedded throughout the recovery process. It's really not a question of when a shock will come, but when. And so because you know that there will be another shock, even in rebuilding, there needs to be kind of safeguards put in place to make sure that the response is there, that the infrastructure is more resilient, that that there are clearer ways to engage the private sector after something like this happened, as well as to engage residents. And then lastly, the market will recover differently than it was before, but different doesn't have to mean worse. Well-established market challenges can be addressed and should be addressed with intentionality and honesty. Again, recovery is a marathon, not a sprint, and I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Roderick. That was great. Look forward to following up on that after we hear from Jason Ford, our next speaker. So Jason, I hope you're ready to join us. Like to spend a minute introducing you. Currently, you're serving as the president of the Frisco Economic Development Corporation that you joined in May 2019 and were promoted to president in 2021. And you're actively involved in high-level business development. Previously, you led the EDC's business development program and staff focused on business recruitment, retention expansion, and technology innovation. And now I'll tell you about Jason's prior role. He was vice president of the regional economic development at the Greater Houston Partnership for nearly 5 years, where he led regional economic development efforts, providing assistance to companies considering expanding, relocating, or investing in the Leavenworth County Greater Houston region. And prior to that, he held leadership positions with the Louisiana Economic Development and the Greater Austin Chamber of Commerce and the Taylor, Texas EDC. What Jeff told me about Jason was that he was on the ground with IEDC post-Harvey when we had a summit, and we convened a lot of stakeholders and leaders as we are today virtually. It's too bad we couldn't be on the ground, but we're so glad you're here with us. So the floor is yours, Jason.
Thank you so much. So first of all, I kind of feel like I'm with friends and family. She didn't mention this, but I'm originally from Louisiana. I was born in Shreveport by accident, raised pretty much in New Orleans. I've got family down in the Fouche Parish. We had a family camp in Grand Isle. We were sharing these down the bayou, so to speak. So, really at the end of the day, this is very personal for me as well. Somebody says that my sound's a little bit muted. Can y'all hear me any better?
It's a little muffled. I don't know if you can get a little closer to the mic or something, Jason.
Let me see. Laptop. Let me just try 1 second here real quick. All right. Is this better at all?
Yes.
Okay, great. So anyway, appreciate the opportunity to be here with some friends. It was Louisiana Economic Development and folks from Geno Inc., Michael and his team that stepped in after Hurricane Harvey. They were one of the first calls that we received and said, hey, how can we help Houston during this impact from Hurricane Harvey? So I'm going to get my slides up here, but first just wanted to say thank you to the team from Louisiana, because what I'm going to share here really isn't just kind of what we did in Houston, it's paying it forward. It's when I got that call from Jeff, and then he connected us with Geno and others, and then they started reaching out with their best practices. We use that, of course, to help others. And so I kind of feel like in some ways, some of the ideas I'm sharing now may have been some of those ideas that came back out of Louisiana, but I hope there's some new ideas along the way as well. So, all right, can y'all see my slides now? We good?
Yep, all good.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right. All right. So really, when you go back and think about Hurricane Harvey, I'm going to give you a quick update on what the storm was, what its impact was, because in many ways, I think it has some similarities to Ida. You've got what our regional response was and some lessons learned. And so, again, just want to thank all our folks who were part of that. Hurricane Harvey was an anomaly. It was kind of a 1,000-year flood event, 51 inches of rain, 27 trillion gallons of water. And that's about 4 times what the Niagara Falls deploys, right, in that same time period of 6 days. It was the largest rain event ever to hit the United States. And it just completely wiped out a ton of infrastructure, in addition to the houses and the businesses. But it was also very impacted, very isolated in its impact area as well. Because when nationally people were covering Houston in the news, everybody thought the entire region was wet. And the reality is there were some areas of the region that had 6 to 8 feet of water or more, and then half of the region was still relatively dry, so to speak. Clearly there was some rain and some water, but it wasn't nearly the deep water as there was everywhere. Fortunately, the Cajun Navy and Tennessee volunteers came to rescue. And I'll tell you that first day when I saw that first foot of water, I thought, this isn't too bad. You know, I grew up in some storms in Louisiana. This wasn't too bad, like other floods. But then when I saw the boats coming in, when I saw them on trailers, basically a fleet of the Cajun Navy coming in, getting ready to deploy, that's when I knew there was something else headed down the pipeline that really, I don't think any of us were prepared for. You know, my neighborhood in particular, we had 6 foot of water in my street. My house was on a rise. I was literally the first house beyond the rise, so we didn't get any water. But that picture you see on the right, that airboat, that was taken from my front yard looking at the boat, doing pickups and drop-offs right there. So we were at the forefront of Coast Guard and everyone else in the rescue efforts. And I was in the middle of some of that when I got that first phone call from Jeff saying, hey, we're going to help walk you through this recovery process. So again, just want to thank the IDC for all the work that they've done for us along the years. What Jeff did was he really kind of gave us some fundamentals and building blocks to work from, and said, hey, I want to let you know that from the get-go, we need to focus on, you know, recording a lot of the assets that have been impacted. We want to work out with our community leaders an inventory of everything that's been impacted, what your wish list is. We're going to help you go up the federal dollars. That was very encouraging to have a partner right there at our side. But the biggest thing he did was he reached out and brought in communities that had been impacted from other areas. And so as we think about kind of what the nuts and bolts of that were, kind of how we took their input and how we responded, you know, we did like everyone else, right? We started that mitigation preparation process. For us, it was thinking about, like what I learned at LED, really going and looking at building a network of contacts. That was one of the most critical things, was figuring out who are the right people to call. And one of the things that we learned along the way is that oftentimes the value that we provide is different than what folks are on the front line. So my wife's a first responder, you know, she's in the medical profession, and oftentimes we get trapped into wondering, what's our role? What should we be doing? When's the right time for us to step in and help beyond just the nuts and bolts of what we do in doing business development and marketing and business retention? What do we do in that interim process between when things are still wet and when people start kind of digging out? And there's really a big role for us to play there. And a big part of that, of course, is being relationship and information brokers. One of the things that we found was paramount important from the get-go is a lot of organizations have got staff that have been impacted, and they may have limitations on power, or they can't get back to their property on time, or there may be other factors that maybe that they can't go and help their own family. So what do they do with that idle time? What do they do with the ability to make impact? What we found was very impactful to bring the organization together, to strengthen the culture, to actually allow staff time off on the clock to go and do volunteer opportunities in the community. And that could be things like Meals on Wheels or helping at the shelters. It could be removing debris. It could be things very hands-on. Maybe it's working a call center or something else. But we find that those shared experiences make the team so much well connected that when you get into implementation of the plans, as Rod talked about, all of a sudden there's a new level of how well they trust each other. And so that's something that you can't craft in a workshop, so to speak. In the middle of all of this, much like we're seeing in Louisiana, cellular networks became jammed, right? You lost internet services. Even being able to text became a challenge. Loss of power for days and weeks on end. Plus limited access to clean water and hot food really became a real important point that challenged a lot of the staff, a lot of the volunteers, and of course, tons of residents and businesses. We just recently received a phone call right after Ida My brother-in-law works in New Orleans, and he called me and says, hey, we do some consulting work for an engineering design firm that focuses on a lot of work for electric grid restoration and building and construction. We need power, and we need internet services in order to set up an operations center. Do you know anybody that can help? Well, the idea of preparing early, right? As soon as we start hearing about these types of events and activities, who's in our network? So immediately I start looking through my cellular and telecommunications networks from all across the United States and found some really in our backyard that was focused on 5G technologies, helping our community with very kind of innovative things for entrepreneurship and smart cities. Just a few phone calls to them, and within hours, they had sent their disaster recovery teams to reconnect with the team in Louisiana, and then they were sending equipment to Louisiana to test so that they can start setting up the engineering design centers for helping Louisiana post Ida with rebuilding the electric grid infrastructure. Now, I'm not taking credit that all that comes back to me. I'm simply saying it's about the power of networks and the power of our relationships that we have in our business, and how do we leverage those networks to help others, to help ourselves, to help our partners. Looks like I'm on the way there. One of the things as a member-based organization, I was working for GHP, and for those of you who don't know it, Greater Houston Partnership essentially is the Chamber of Commerce and World Trade Organization for the Loving County region. We knew that having a large network of businesses was important, and Roderick touched on this, right? Being able to kind of go out and survey your businesses, getting a sense of who's been impacted, what's the extent, so you can start cataloging that, as SBA and Fema told us earlier. You want to be able to figure out what the total projected economic impact is very quickly, but also so you can start quantifying infrastructure damage and the assets that you're going to need to go and make a public policy ask very quickly. Oftentimes, before you even have a plan together, you need to start putting things into federal stakeholders' hands so that they can start figuring out how do they start shepherding dollars and resources your way. We also felt like our role as conveners made us the perfect organization to be that information and relationship broker. Now it's kind of an aha moment for us, because we're thinking, what's our role? We're not on the front lines, right? Half of the business is okay, half of them are not. How do you help during these times? And most of them were looking for information on our websites. They're looking for our social media. When you're not reaching them, they're trying to reach out to you. So whereas you can be that organization that push information out there from as many sources as possible, you're creating an echo chamber effect. And essentially, the data that you push out can get multiplied by 70x with the network effect, right? As mentioned earlier, though, within just a week, in order for us to get that information out there, we first need to know who are the organizations, what are the resources available, how much money might be available, who are the key contacts. And we brought together more than 100 community leaders from all across the Gulf part of the Texas peninsula, so to speak, Greater Houston region and beyond, in order to introduce them to SBA, FEMA, and the other contacts, including Jorge and others from Austin, who are part of sharing their information. And I have to say, what they're sharing today is even much better organized and presented than what we had. So I just want to continue to applaud and celebrate them. But one of the things that we really found as a handicap in all of this is big companies, they have big teams of people that can respond to these disasters. They have real estate teams, they have operations groups, but it's the small employers, the startups, the established mom and pop businesses. They don't know where to start. And so being able to bring together experts from insurance, public relations, finance, legal, staffing, how do you get an organization back up and running and restore your supply chain and get revenues going again? That's one of the most important things you can do, because otherwise, without revenues, you run out of cash flow, and then you run out of employees. And that's just the cycle that we just talked about a few moments ago of how many companies can depreciate so quickly after a big storm event like that. So using your social media and your email is a powerful way to really get the word out there. We quickly figured out 12,000 contacts and 18,000 followers was a megaphone unlike we had ever had before. No other stories that we were sharing got the traction that we're getting once we were the information broker for the Loving County Houston region. And in fact, it became for a much larger region than that, right? But one of the things that our friends from New Orleans told us that we thought was important is start finding those stories of hope. and find ways to celebrate successes. And we didn't quite appreciate at the beginning what this meant and why we should do that, but start sharing that within the social media so it kind of breaks up people's day-to-day as well. When we start thinking about how we help each other, how do you funnel resources? How do you start directing towards impact? You know, there may be dozens or maybe 100 or more organizations that stand up saying, hey, we're nonprofit, direct monies to us. Maybe churches, maybe it's other organizations that have been around a long time, but perhaps maybe under-celebrated. Who are those 3 or 5 organizations that can really multiply and amplify and get the funding into the hands of those organizations and residents who need it most and most quickly? For example, we are a big sports city in Houston, and so we leverage the power of our professional sports athletes and sports teams. By taking their story out of who they were putting forward as charities, amplifying their ask for funding and their campaigns, we had over $500 million of funding that was raised in a matter of weeks that came from not just the Red Cross and the Mayor's Fund for Economic Recovery, his relief fund, of course, United Way, but also the athletes raised over $80 million. And many of those are smaller athletes or smaller organizations that have influence in your own community. It doesn't have to be a professional network. Oftentimes, there's somebody who's from your community that's moved away somewhere else and they want to help. So just reach out to those folks who've been very successful in business or sports or politics or whatever it might be, and find ways to invite them back home to be a part of raising that money as well. Within about 2 months, we determined that we needed to get back out into the market though. A lot of people were still thinking of Houston and the region as being underwater. They didn't realize that, in fact, when we did the math, 90% of the region was dry within a week. 90% of businesses were back online. They were still thinking that Houston was devastated, and parts of it indeed were. But getting out on the road, talking to site selectors and brokers really made an impact to help shape what the story was about Houston. We wanted to make sure that folks understood not just what we were doing today, but where we were leaning in going forward. Of course, during this time, the little thing that was also happening was the World Series. And that became for us a beacon of hope. The team created a patch for Houston Strong. They wore it in their jerseys. The city rallied behind them. People left and right from all over the country rallied behind them. We were actually in California, in San Francisco, during the final 2 games of the World Series, and the whole bar was cheering for Houston. We couldn't figure out what was going wrong. And then we figured out that it was San Francisco who didn't quite like LA. So that's a whole nother story. But they're rooting for Houston, and at the end of the day, having something to be aspirationally hopeful for. It breaks up people's days of desperation. It gives them something that breaks up the despair, the planning, the anguish, and the anxiety that they had. And it allows them to just be normal and real just for a few moments. It may not be a pro team in your area. Maybe it's a minor league team, or maybe it's some kind of a youth event. Maybe it's a small organization that's gotten some national recognition. Whatever it is, find those things to celebrate to get people excited and moving forward. And then in the middle of all of this, HQ2 happened. So you think, wow, we're still recovering from Hurricane Harvey. What's next? Well, we commissioned half of our team to focus on our HQ2 response. We knew that this was a catalyst moment of looking at the inventory of everything that everything that Houston could do and pivot our economy away from those impacted industries and into new emerging industries that would be a part of the recovery today, but also industries that we hadn't even imagined would be a part of our future yet. So we started putting together our solution, including multiple sites, working with multiple communities, developers, and universities. And we put together a comprehensive solution that landed Houston on the top 20 list. Now, we did not make it to the final, as we all know now. Stephen Morey may have done that. But at the end of the day, that was the catalyst moment for us. And when you go forward and look at what they were able to do in Houston after Hurricane Harvey, you see that organizations came together and put together new plans. They raised more money with new intent and focus. They were able to create a new anchor called the ION, which was anchored by or established by Rice University, in building a public-private partnership that became a district that was now 4 miles long as an innovation corridor. And today, there are thousands of startups and dozens of entrepreneurship support organizations that are healthy and vibrant and thriving that did not exist had it not been for us quickly understanding what we had to offer to HQ2 and how can we take that information and use it to build a strategy for Houston's economic recovery. So, but we know that we also had to focus on the nuts and bolts of our recovery, the long-term piece, focusing on infrastructure, reaching out to our regional allies, political leaders, convening the stakeholders, developing those public policies at the federal, state, local, and regional level. What many folks don't know is a lot of site detention that's done in Houston has been done literally at the site level. There's not a lot of regional detention and planning done. There's a lot of, well, quite frankly, there's a lot of lack of zoning. And as a result of that, a lot of the FEMA maps did not adequately prepare for the flood impacts that would happen because of there not being regional planning. Today, multiple counties are working together to create water management systems and flood management systems. They're going to work together as a system, not as discrete, independent projects. And then finally, crafting talking points so that everybody's on the same page, whether they're raising money, sharing positive news, talking about the resources that are available, and then all of the priority projects. When all the projects come together, not everything can be funded, but when you pick those that you're going to fund, why you're going to fund them and why it's important, having common vision and talking points that everyone can share and be on the same page is a really important point in getting the impact done much quicker. So, all this said, based on where you and your community are impacted, what do you do? At the end of the day, we found three things that were probably the most impactful. One, defining your role, who you are, and what you do. And again, most of us are information and relationship brokers, and that may be one of the most powerful things that you can do is convening information and people. Second, be proactive in building your resource networks. It's not too late to start now. Start building a contact with every single organization that's a part of the recovery process, putting it together in a spreadsheet, worksheet, documents. Doesn't have to be fancy, doesn't have to be pretty, but put it out on your websites, put it on your social media, distribute it by mail, however you need to get it out there, but get that information out there to others so that they have access to these same contacts. And then finally, expect the unexpected. No matter where you go, you're going to be in the middle of this recovery and something's going to happen that you can't imagine. And then finally, giving hope. Again, thanks to our friends in New Orleans for really sharing this with us. We now have a sense of what this means, and we just ask that no matter what you do going forward, you continue to maintain that positive spirit and that sense of hope, and the impact can just be extraordinary. So with that, I'm done and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Jason. We just have one more speaker on our panel. This has been great from both Roderick and you, and that would be Michael Hecht. And he is president and CEO of Greater New Orleans, Inc., which is the economic development agency for Southeast Louisiana. And the mission of GNO Inc. is to create a region with a thriving economy and an excellent quality of life. Under his leadership, it's been named the top economic development organization in the US by Site Selection magazine. Before coming to GNO Inc., he led the $250 million Katrina Small Business Recovery Program for the state. And previously coming home to Louisiana, he had worked for Mayor Michael Bloomberg in New York City, running the post 9/11 small business program. He was an entrepreneur, founding a conglomerate of restaurant ventures in San Francisco, and began his career as a strategic management consultant in a number of countries. He holds an MBA from Stanford Graduate School of Business and an undergraduate degree from Yale. So with family roots in Louisiana, back to the 1830s, he now lives there with his wife, Marlene, who's currently pursuing a PhD at Tulane, and their two teenaged children. Michael, sounds like you are really rooted in Louisiana, and we're just thrilled that you've been able to join us. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Frankie, and thank you, everybody. Jason, great to see you again, and Rod, as always, my friend. And big congratulations and ups to Mandy Mitchell on her new position out in Lafayette. Incredibly exciting for all of us. And anyway, here's to a great future for you out there. And thanks for all your support when you have been at LED. And thanks to IEDC for hosting this. So I thought maybe a nice way to kind of round out this discussion on the whole day would be just to kind of go through some lessons learned. And for me personally, these lessons learned can go back as far as 9/11. I was actually meant to be flying out of JFK on the morning of 9/11 20 years ago. And, that ended up becoming my first experience in economic development. Post-disaster, I ended up joining the Bloomberg administration to run their small business relief program. And then after that, parlayed that into coming back home to Louisiana to go work at LED in the state with colleagues like Jason and Mandy, running the $250 million CDBG post-Katrina fund, or post-Katrina small business relief fund. And then ended up down here in New Orleans, which has been a series of serial disasters, but also incredible joy and incredible progress. And so let me just go through these pretty quickly, and then I'd love to open it up because we're all friends here and see, I guess, hear from y'all what we're missing from this. The first one is that, in a disaster, the most important thing that people want and that people get value from is timely, actionable, clear information. It's a fog of war, and people are not talking to each other or unable to talk to each other, or they just are unable to connect. And so a lot of the work that we do involves just sending out our evening updates, which are the information exactly as we would like to receive the information, and then playing telephone operator, either manually connecting people or setting up interfaces. Like during Ida, we set up something called GNO Power Match, which basically was a little mini marketplace where people looking for generators were able to connect people at generators for sale or lease or donation. And so this information and connector role is maybe the simplest thing that we do post-disaster, but in many ways the most valuable. The second one is a little bit higher level, and that's what I call here rub and pat. And what that means is that you have to be able in a disaster to rub your head and pat your stomach at the same time, meaning to deal with the acute crisis and help to sometimes even save lives at the same time that you're considering what's happening on the horizon and how to take advantage of that opportunity. To use a different analogy, you have to be able to look down at the sidewalk to not trip on the cracks at the same time that make sure you're walking in the right direction. And we live in this binary kind of Mankian world where we don't like to believe we can do that anymore, but we can do that. And it's possible to both deal with the immediate crisis and be going in a better direction. So, for example, coming out of COVID, what we're seeing in the New Orleans market is that there actually are a lot of opportunities as people leave older, denser, more expensive markets like New York and San Francisco and look for secondary cities. There's an opportunity for places like New Orleans to take remote workers. Or we look at the rise, and speaking of Amazon, of logistics really becoming the new retail, and knowing that New Orleans was founded hundreds of years ago as a logistics hub. So going back to that. And we can do that even while we're trying to keep people and businesses alive. And so it's being able to do both at once that seems to be a critical success factor. The third is more of an internal one, and that is that both internally, organizationally, in government leadership positions, and just even in the community, that you're going to see heroes emerge. And at the same time, you're going to see others that are not up for the challenge. And disasters, not surprisingly, really seem to expose the seams and weaknesses in both people and in organizations. At the same time, there are those people and organizations that really rise to the top. And again, I guess it's just more of an observation, but now I know when an event like this hits that I've got kind of my eyes out there and I'm scanning for who are those people and who are those organizations that we're going to really be able to rely on in this, and that really are going to grow out of the opportunity, versus those for whom, for whatever reasons, we're going to have to not work with as much because they're just not in a position to be there. And so, people can really come through the baptism of a disaster and have a higher power. The fourth one is something, and Rod, this goes back to a lot of what we talked about when you were in New Orleans, is that if you can manage your own crisis, particularly in today's world where crises now are localized, nobody, for example, owns the moniker of the place that floods anymore, as we most recently saw with Ida. If you can become the master of your own disaster, then you actually create value that you can then export to the rest of the world. Probably the most, I guess, easily understandable example of this is Holland, where the Dutch, who have this reputation for managing water because 2/3 of the country is below sea level, they have a whole industry in water management, which is the engineering and consulting and architecture and building of water retention and protection structures that drives about 4% of their GDP now. And so we have used that model in New Orleans to begin to build out this emerging environmental management sector, where we're saying we're never going to expunge those images of Katrina. They're indelible. But as everybody struggles with issues of water, either having too much or too little, we can parlay that actually into it being an industry that will not only help others protect themselves, but will also create jobs and wealth back home. Probably the most dramatic example of this was a few years ago, I got a message on my phone that said that Iraq was coming to visit us today. I said, okay, it's unusual to see Iraq coming into our boardroom, but we accepted them as we accept everybody. And indeed, it was some ministers from Iraq. And as they were going through their presentation through an interpreter, we began to realize that what they were dealing with was that the marshes at the nexus of the Tigris and Euphrates River had been drained by Saddam Hussein, who was trying to punish the Marsh Arabs who were against him in the civil war. And so they were coming to us for advice on how to restore their delta. And then I started thinking about it, and I'm not a particularly, good person. I'm one of those Jews that goes there twice a year. But I said, I think they're talking about restoring Mesopotamia, which is the Garden of Eden. And so I said, my Lord, our no pun intended, our reputation has reached biblical proportions right now because New Orleans is being asked for advice on restoring the Garden of Eden in Mesopotamia. And so I said, we can build something out of that. The fifth is something that's become very apparent during Ida, and that is that better personal and business practices, especially efficiency, become apparent because of disasters. When you look, let's take as an example, restaurants who have been hit so bad, I'm sorry, not by Ida, I meant by COVID. The restaurants that are making it through right now inevitably have better, more profitable, more efficient business models that they're never going to go back on. Whether it's restaurants that are now making money from delivery to ways to reduce their overhead and increase their efficiency that way, to smaller menus. That's because of COVID. And so it's actually created a better business model in an industry that's notorious for having a difficult business model. I was at breakfast this morning at Willa Jean around the corner, and they don't do paper menus anymore. It's slightly annoying, but as somebody that was in the restaurant industry, I know that's because menus are annoying to manage, and they're another cost item. So if you can get rid of them, ostensibly before it was because we didn't want to touch things, but now it's just because of efficiency. Many places will not go back on that. The sixth is an example that goes to the BP Macondo oil spill disaster, making lemonade out of oily water. That was a big environmental and economic disaster. But we use that opportunity in Louisiana to create the seed funding for the Coastal Master Plan, a $50 billion plan, which has made Louisiana a leader now in coastal restoration and gives us at least a fighting chance at stabilizing the coast for the future. And so I'm not suggesting to be cynical or even Machiavellian with disasters, but again, I guess this kind of plays back to the rub and pat thing, is that as these events are happening, it's thinking about how can we honor those who have suffered by using the event to I guess, borrow a phrase from the administration, build back better. I've not seen a disaster yet, including even 9/11, where there's not been some element of that. As a born and bred New Yorker, I can say that before 9/11, the Twin Towers, although they were beautiful and majestic, they really had congested and killed downtown New York. Using that lesson, when we built back Lower Manhattan, it was built back in a way that was much more integrated, much more live work, and has actually created a more vibrant neighborhood that was there before. It doesn't compensate for the loss in any way, but it does show that we can actually do something that's better on the back end. The seventh, the nutria that roared. I just like saying the nutria that roared because I don't know what sound nutrias make, but I don't think they roar. If you do have a nutria in your backyard that is roaring, please step back and call animal services. This is about the idea that we learned during the flood insurance crisis of 2012, when Biggert Waters, a law that was passed, was going to basically throw out thousands, if not potentially into millions of people on the Gulf Coast from their homes because of rising flood insurance rates. We didn't really know what to do because nobody really wanted to help out Louisiana because they were just kind of blaming us for having the foolishness to build by the water. What eventually happened, to some degree, because Superstorm Sandy hit New York City, is that we began to form a coalition. That coalition eventually built into a group of over 250 organizations across 35 states. It became the Coalition for Sustainable Flood Insurance, and we were able to get President Obama to sign the Flood Insurance Homeowners Affordability Act of 2014, despite the fact that he didn't want to, and despite the fact that on the other side, we had the Koch brothers against us. And we said, wow, if we, with very little power, sitting in sometimes our car outside of Starbucks in New Orleans, could build this coalition that could roll over both the Obama White House and the Koch brothers to get this done for the country. It's proof positive that you can use coalitions to really magnify power and get things done. And so now we're always looking in a crisis for how to form coalitions to empower the powerless and drive positive action. The eighth one is a plug for the private sector. We've seen this during COVID, and it's something that we have always known, and we've also unfortunately seen the converse, and that is that bringing the private sector to bear in these disasters tends to be a really smart thing, because the private sector has the capacity, has the incentives, has the human capital to move quicker. And the PPP, although it was not a perfect program, was historic in its size and historic in its speed, and I would argue historic in its impact on the small businesses that help keep alive and the individual to help keep employed, because it used the private sector. And I remember in conversations early on with Senator Rubio's people who were on Senate Small Business, and they were saying, well, we don't know, should we let the SBA do this and just use government entities, or should we bring in the private sector? And our opinion was, regardless of how well-intentioned the SBA was going to be in this, they just don't have the scale, the scope, the infrastructure on the ground to do this quick enough. You've got to leverage the private sector, and that happened, and that worked. Number 9 is one that goes back to I guess a TED talk that I gave after Katrina, and that was this idea that people kept saying to us, how did New Orleans, why was New Orleans so resilient? And we thought about that, and we said, New Orleans post-Katrina really was not resilient, because if resilience means returning to your previous post or pre-disaster trajectory, well, the truth of it is that the pre-disaster trajectory of New Orleans was one of slow decline, going back to at least the oil bust of the 80s. So when you saw the improvements post-Katrina, whether they were in corporate activity or population or wealth, or even things like education and flood control and good government, it meant that we hadn't returned to our previous trajectory. We actually had an inflection point and gone from one trajectory to a much better one. And so we called that radical resilience. And so now we're always thinking about how to leverage these events, not just to get back to where we were, but again, I guess this is a recurring theme, but how to actually use the moment to fix things that were broken before. And that's this idea of radical resilience. And then let me just get the last one, and then we can go to some of the questions that I see coming in here. Leadership. You know, it's cliche to say that leadership matters, but it does. I think that the misinterpretation of it, though, is that the leadership can only come from the top elected official. The top elected official does matter. It matters ever more in a crisis, because crises demand some type of command and control. They demand a steady presence. And without somebody playing that role, things get very chaotic very quickly. But on the other hand, I think that everybody has the opportunity to lead, whether it's something that is organized without official purview, like the Cajun Navy, or it's just an individual taking on to volunteer to help gut a house or work at a local food bank. I think that everybody has a role to play as a leader in some way. And when you are a leader, you're not just helping to fix a problem, but you're empowering yourself and you feel better. So this idea of everybody being a leader and stepping up in a crisis, I think continues to matter. So that's my 10. I see that we got a couple of questions, Frankie, which I can grab onto now here. What were some challenges keeping momentum for economic recovery once the cameras moved on? How do you acknowledge and balance the fact that the Harvey destruction in Texas went beyond Houston? And so, you know, this is a really good question. The cameras are not going to linger if there aren't good enough images of what I can only call disaster porn that are out there. I know we're being recorded, but that's the term. And I can tell you my experience with Eda, then I'll turn it over to Jason. I was supposed to be interviewed by Danish TV because my wife is Danish, and every time there's an event in New Orleans, they want to interview me because they want to see these images that confirm their, you know, opinions about life in America. And when it became clear that the $14 billion that had been invested were going to protect New Orleans, and that New Orleans, forgetting even St. Bernard or Jefferson, was going to stay dry during Ida, they texted back and said, "Oh, thank you, but we don't think we need the interview anymore." And so what we have had to do is I reached out to a reporter for the New York Times yesterday, and I sent him some good news about New Orleans, about a big tech exit that we just had. And I said, "I'd like to talk to you about this." And so it just requires a lot more proactivity to keep the focus on those areas outside of the urban core, and when disaster is averted, because it just doesn't drive clicks, unfortunately. So I know, Jason, how do y'all think about Harvey?
You know, I think, Michael, you touched on something about elected leadership. And I think it's true that oftentimes when the cameras are moving somewhere else, our elected, sometimes they want to redirect that attention back to them, because that's, again, if they're the face of recovery, or if they perceive their face as one of the important roles in recovery, they're going to want to try to bring as much attention back there as possible. So sometimes we find that there may be other non-recovery issues that may be opportunities, so to speak, to sort of kind of bring the cameras back on something that has nothing to do with recovery, and then bring that recovery story into part of the conversation.
Right.
You've also got the reality that in Houston, you've got a core of the city, which is very different than the rural areas, you know, 90 minutes away each direction, right? You're talking about 3 hours to go completely around the greater Houston region. And then you've got areas like Corpus Christi and other small communities on the coast that are impacted. So we really created a channel for all of our public policy and advocacy folks to start talking and comparing notes. What are you hearing? What is your policy position? At the end of the day, you know, our business leadership said we've got to make sure we advocate for the Houston region first, but we can't do it in a vacuum. And so that meant thinking as Texas as a unit, right, in order to bring those resources to Texas first before you can get them down into the regional level. So hopefully that kind of answers that question.
Rod, do you want to add on to that or take the second question or any other thought you have?
Perfect. I'll do a little both. I mean, the only point that I'll add on to that is, as it relates to the second question, this idea of a shock fires and opportunities to forge something better. I think Jason's example is just one of those, which is, this idea of regionalism. Economies can build back in a much more integrated fashion, and figuring out, how regions work better together. I think that's a huge opportunity kind of moving forward in terms of how to, that specific question was how to, if a shock fires an opportunity for something better, what should EDOs be taking on and what lens should they use for recovery? So I think this idea of regionalism is an old idea, but I think when everybody's hurt, it's a great opportunity to have conversations about how to work together that weren't necessarily possible before. Another big piece I think is we're in the post-COVID era, and so this idea of remote working and figuring out how to leverage kind of your region's assets to kind of make it a more attractive place to attract talent. I think the talent question is kind of a big surging opportunity where everybody's trying to say, how do we get the smartest people here? How do we get the best people here? And I think in recovery, it becomes an opportunity. And we know that the generation following, for those of us that are Xers or boomers, we know that the millennials and Gen Z, they want to be a part of something that's bigger than themselves. And so I think there's a story that markets can create post-recovery about your actual moving here, you're actually being a part of the recovery. Not only allows you to pull kind of the workforce, but it gives the Gen Zs and the millennials an opportunity to actually do meaningful work in a place where their matters. So I think it's also an opportunity to have that conversation. We also know that the questions, there's some things that have been made very, very clear to us as a result of COVID. So for example, this idea of the US supply chain for pharmaceutical, medical devices, reshoring, that kind of stuff. So there's also the idea so from a value chain perspective, one of the things that we know is that globally there's going to be this need to push value chain, supply chain back to the US market. And the question is, how do you leverage your assets, whether that's LSU Medical School or some other asset, to actually enter that value chain proposition, because we know that's an industry that's growing. And then the last, I think, big opportunity, which Michael kind of already hit on it, is not just this thing of disaster, masters of disaster, which is, I think, a big piece of it, but this idea of recovery as a field in and of itself, where Louisiana has expertise. But I think there's the environmental side of that, which is from an environmental perspective. COVID show that if we stayed in our house, the earth would kind of fix itself. And the amount of investment that's going into new environmental technologies and stuff, and the level of kind of challenges New Orleans and the state of Louisiana has had, make it a prime market for those kinds of technologies. So how can there be focused investment in those kinds of things that say, you know what, we recognize that change is inevitable. We recognize that the global economy is in this position of shifting. Our market, we just had a blow, and we're embracing the global shift and using it to reposition our market for the industries that are the industries of the future.
Well, this has been fantastic content for our audience, Michael, Rod, and Jason. You guys were called rock stars, along with another lady, Mandy Mitchell with LED, who was our co-sponsor on this event. And
we're like Josie and the Pussycats with Mandy up front, you know?
I feel like Mandy should. There she is.
She put her camera on just to cackle at us.
Oh.
I'm sparing you all from background noise in the car, but LED's so appreciative of all three of you gentlemen. So glad for your Louisiana roots. And thank you, IEDC, for the partnership for today. This has been valuable.
Thank you very much. It's all going to be available. The webinar will be available on restorereconomy.org. And we thank all of you for joining us for this session, and those in the audience who've been with us for the last 4 hours. Thank you so much.